Hello. Stretch. I hope everyone is doing well, or everyone that may be lurking or watching the VOD. I just had a really good dinner. I'm really full, so it's made me very tired. But that is okay. You're doing good so far, Nathan. That's good. I was debating if I should still stream today or not, because I know it's, what is it? Is it daylight savings time or something? And I know we have to get used to losing an hour of sleep. So I was feeling like maybe people just want to go to sleep right now and get used to having to have a hour of sleep lost. But then again, I got the energy and just wanted to stream anyways. So, and it's not gonna be too long of a stream, but it's gonna be a long video. It's 2 hours, so I hope you're okay with sitting in for that. You actually just woke up from a nap yourself? Oh, how long was the nap? 'Cause I had a really good nap today too. You'll be here? 'Cause I know for the backrooms video, reaction, yeah, for the backrooms video, it was like an hour and a half. And this one is 2 hours. So, just an extra 30 minutes, okay? It's not gonna be so bad, I promise. And I don't think I'm gonna be pausing so much. I may have questions or something that I'm asking aloud to try to get whatever is being said. But other than that, it won't be too many pauses, so it'll be okay. It was a couple of hours. Oh, okay. Because sometimes, when I take naps, I don't know, when it's a really good nap, I wake up breathing more clear. I don't know. Yeah, I breathe regularly and clear and whatever, but it's just when you have a good nap, it's just you just feel refreshed and it's new air or something. You ended up being up most of the night last night, so you had some catching up to do anyway. Oh, okay. Well, it's good that you were able to catch up on the sleep. That's why I'm so thankful for weekends and just having days off, because you can just catch up on the rest that's needed. But okay. I'm still hungry. But that's okay. I had 2 pork chops, macaroni, and mixed vegetables. A lot of mixed vegetables with it. And I'm still gosh darn hungry. And I also had a bottle of Seagram's, and it was the Jamaican Me Happy flavor. So that was really delicious. Like, I'm full, but then like I still want more. But since I exercised today, I have my protein bar. And I'm gonna be eating that while we watch also. Ooh, Dinner of Champions. It was delicious. But yeah. I think we should get into it, shall we? Cause I'm ready to get to know more about this game. Cause it's been on my mind and I just been wanting to watch a video on it. And it's been coming up so much on my recommended that it's enticing to just watch, but I can't. Can never go wrong with pork chops, yeah. The only type of pork chops though that I don't really like is breaded pork chops. So yeah, those aren't really good. I think it's okay when you like on the first day you have them, but after a while, like with it in the fridge, it just doesn't have the texture that you liked it at when it was just then freshly made. So yeah. But okay, let us get into the Signalis explained video. It's gonna be the, I guess, one with more views, the most views. But I know, like after watching this video, I know I'm gonna go to work and just have it on in the background as I do like the data entry, because I know I'm gonna just like want to know more and just people's different perspectives and analyzations and stuff of it. So I'm excited for that. Let's see. Signalis explained. Okay. A complete story breakdown of Signalis. No. Which one is it? He has like, it's beautiful and what the heck? It's horrifying and beautiful. Okay, so let's let me change it. Oops, I just hit the mic, sorry. I just punched you in the ear, sorry. Let me get into it. Let me change this over here. Okay. Alrighty. Window capture. Signalis story explained. There we go. Okay. Let me know if you can hear the audio right, and me also, if you're able to hear me well.
Ever driven you to complete Has something ever driven you to complete obsession, making you dig deeper into its many nooks and crannies, trying to understand it just a little bit more? Signalis is a survival horror game released in 2022 by developers Rose Engine, which is...
Oh, let me also say, this is Signalis is Horrifying and Beautiful by Power Pack. Yeah, just to let you know, because I'm also posting this on YouTube, so if there's any other videos for those on YouTube that you would want me to watch, either about Signalis or what I'm going to be doing soon is like horror, reacting to like horror videos, whether it's like analog horror or regular horror, but mostly analog horror, please let me know in the comments. I don't know why I feel so weird saying let me know in the comments, but yeah, just let me know in the comments if you come by this video. Okay, let's go.
Primarily made up of two people. Two people created this winding rabbit hole of a title.
Jeez,
that I've
only
been
two
thinking
people?
about constantly since it released. On the surface, it's a game that wears its many influences on its sleeve, but it constantly asks the player to dig deeper, put the work in to uncover its secrets, and unfolds a terrifying web of intrigue that you can find yourself caught and wrapped
Oh man,
up in
I
without
missed
even
this game
realizing it.
already.
And so I have sunk many hours into this game, beating it.
Me too. Let me check how many hours I put into Signalis library. Oh, I just have 26.1 hours. And I realized that there's like 4 endings to this game. I think the 4th one is a secret ending. I didn't know. Well, I'll watch the video to make sure. But I didn't know I got 2 endings. I didn't know like I went on to play a second ending. But yeah, I have 26.1 hours into this game.
Multiple times, even on Survivor difficulty, all in pursuit of cracking.
Oh, there's difficulties? Oh, I didn't even know that.
This tough little nut and getting the tasty rewards inside. So with that out of the way, let me tell you about why I love Signalis in this short video. Short video. I know what the runtime says, but I've spent over a year trying to review this game, and I've been obsessed since I played that pre-release demo even. I don't even think I've got everything in here. Trust me, this is the short version. Let's start at the beginning, shall we?
Hopefully he explains it too.
Upon hitting new game, we are treated to a sequence of our protagonist waking up. Or booting up, maybe. We play as a replica android named Elster, and what's going on now that we're conscious isn't made immediately clear. But it's dark and there are clear signs things have gone wrong here.
Of some
Making
emergency,
quite a
yeah.
foreboding but striking tutorial for this game. You move around with the stick or D-pad as normal, with the camera locked to an overhead view of the room you're in. Exploring different rooms, you'll find there are documents to examine which will fill you in on mechanics of the game, or details of the world, or maybe who was here before. So far so standard, right? But then the game lets you examine certain areas in more detail, like you've suddenly stepped into playing Myst. Sometimes to allow you to pick up certain items that you wouldn't have seen from above, sometimes giving way to greater areas where you're essentially exploring an entire room in first person. Giving the player this level of granularity allows certain details to stick out. You eventually piece together that this is a spaceship called the Penrose. A document explains the Penrose program is a fleet of low-cost ships for interstellar exploration. Low cost isn't how I like my rockets described, frankly. We've crashed down into an icy world, but while you seem to be the only one on board right now, one of the EVA suits in the airlock appears to be missing. The other is locked, so I guess I need to find a key. There's a cryopod in the back of the ship, but the controls for that are locked. But if we go to the cockpit, there's a photograph. Taking it and examining it in our inventory reveals the combination printed on the back. So we can now open up the cryopod.
Wait, did I ever figure that out? I don't remember. Or did I just skip over this? Was there a way to skip over this? It's so cool how this game was made, too.
there's nobody inside. But there is a broken keycard for the airlock. We can use the tape from before, combining
Yeah.
it with the card in our inventory, and we're good to go. It's interesting that this opening appears to be all atmosphere, and that the mechanics it wants to teach us first and foremost are exploration and problem solving.
Wait, I don't
as
remember
opposed to
this.
combat, which
I don't remember ever putting this on or something. Did I do that?
some of the games that Signalis draws from and resembles elect to show the player first instead. Don't get me wrong, there's combat aplenty to see later, but it's interesting to see where the focus of this game is. Make the player think. Make the player feel. We put on our EVA suit and begin to make our way outside, which is where the opening title
I might
credits
have.
begin, giving us a grand view of the crashed spaceship we were just exploring, and the desolate white planet stretching off
Well, I remember
endlessly
this.
all around us. And then we walk.
Yeah.
We walk along through this snowfield against the aggressive blizzard with no clue.
Ayo, Finn, hey Mimi, how are you? I'm watching the Signalis Explain video. We're just 5 minutes in. And it's a 2-hour video. Sorry I couldn't get here early. Oh no, that's okay. We're not too far into the video, but it's 2 hours. So just think about it. We're just an hour and 55 minutes in. So it's okay. Because I know it's going to be pretty long, but that is a-okay. But yeah, I know you love Signalis, and it's been on my mind since Thursday, so I'm happy that I finally get to watch this.
Where we are or what we're doing, we can't even control where we go. Only fate chooses our direction. Past these strange pillars and through this gate, until we find a hole.
That's when we jump down, and then they have those stairs.
If you find this hole disconcerting, after reaching the bottom, there's another hole in one of its bright red walls. And since
It's
there's
just 2
nowhere
hours
else
of
to
hanging
go,
out with Finn. Yeah. Just chilling and watching a Signalis Explain video. And that's when we went through that hole.
there are a lot of things to unpack in here, and frankly, I have too many questions
Yeah,
to
that's
even begin.
okay, so I remember going here at the beginning of the game, and this being the place that we also went through once we completed that planet mural thing, and we had to climb through this hole. So that part where it showed like this hole, was that like mimicking like how this was before wait, what am I trying to say? Because when we saw that hole again and it expanded, maybe that was just in our minds in the game, where we were were we on Rot Front, or I guess the floor above Rot Front that had the mural. I was thinking that this was the place, but maybe this is like, I don't know, some different timeline or something. Adler notes, I remember some of it. And I think we're gonna find out in the video, but Adler, was he like not the boss, but I guess the overseer of everything? Because I know he also looked up and worshipped some android. I forget, was it like not the queen, it was this some position this android was in, I guess. But I know he was like very loyal and worshipping of that one.
Unpack in here. And frankly, I have too many questions to even begin asking them. But perhaps most important in this room, on the desk, is a strange book. The King in Yellow.
Yeah, that's what we saw at the end of the game.
The computer and the radio turn on.
The all too well known little phone jingle.
That's Three Note Oddity. That's a real number station that was used by Hungarian intelligence.
Really?
Why is that playing?
What does Aktun mean? Great holes secretly are digged where Earth's pores ought to suffice. Oh, danger warning. Oh, okay. And things have learned to walk and crawl. And things have learned to walk that ought to crawl. Remember our promise. The music is so good. But in Spanish is peligro. Yeah.
That's a hell of a title drop. Before you have any time to process this, the game begins again. This time, somewhere else. Chapter 1, Synchronicity. Did I mention the developers are German? We rejoin with Elster, who's...
Wait, what did he say?
Synchronicity. Did I mention the developers are German?
I apologize in advance for all the German words I mispronounce. Okay, whatever.
We rejoin with Elster, who's in a bathroom, staring into a mirror, thinking about what she has come here to do. I believe this is known as doing a James Sunderland. You might want to remember Silent Hill if you can, it's going to come up a lot. There's no mention about anything about that opening sequence, the ship, the room, not even anything about the game's literary references. The King in Yellow being an 1895 collection of horror short stories by Robert W. Chambers. Well, most of them are horror anyway, it switches to romantic tales halfway through, but the book served as inspiration for H.P. Lovecraft, whose own short story The Festival was being quoted in that cutscene. So then, was it all a dream? A memory? Simple imagination whilst looking at yourself? We don't know. All we know is we're now in a mining facility called S23 Sierpinski on a planet called Leng at the edge of the solar system. We came here from a space elevator from orbit, at least according to Elster. We do know that we're looking for someone, and based on our inventory, it's the woman in this photograph, Alina Sio. She seems to be wearing a military-style uniform. That's all we know, besides half of the photo being damaged. This drip feed of information is doing a lot to add.
And I wonder, was Alina Seo the same as Aryan, or should I wait? Maybe he'll explain it within the video.
Though some grounding would be nice. Fortunately, this is still what could be called the tutorial, and we've a lot to learn about everything. For a start, it doesn't take long for you to discover things are not well here. Strange, sick-looking replicas litter the hallways, and everywhere seems deserted. The area itself might seem somewhat off to you as well. It's a mining facility, but this top floor is a bunch of classrooms and studies. There are a lot of details about the world that can be explored, but we can get into that later. It's quite a surprise when you actually find someone alive and well and get to talk to
being
them.
a relative
They're
term.
just as surprised to see someone like you around here. The android tells you that all Gestalt workers, or humans, were sent down deep into the mines.
Wait.
All Gestalt workers, or humans...
Gestalt doesn't mean human in German, but oh god, we're too soon to be getting into this. Okay, so so it's Gestalt.
Here. The android tells you that all Gestalt workers, or humans, were sent down deep into the mines. So, I guess we know where we need to go. We do need a key, however, but we found a key to somewhere else to explore in the meantime. So we go there and find somewhere that's not a classroom, and it's here, maybe 20 minutes or more into the game, that you're given a gun. Huh, I wonder if we're going to need this soon. Shooting is mercifully simple. You lock on.
I'm so
the
used to
longer you
hearing
lock
that
on,
little
the more accurate
scream.
your shots will be. When an enemy gets knocked down, you can save ammo by finishing them off with a swift kick. And that's basically everything you need to know to survive here. In theory, we find a save combination, open it up, get our key, and we can finally go through this door, taking us to a room with a great hole in its center. And it's by passing through it, beginning our great descent, that the true Signalis starts here.
Surviving. And I think I
As we
found
enter
another
the
game to
main
play too.
complex of this facility, Signalis really begins to open itself up, with many new places to see and many more hostiles to face. In terms of atmosphere, Signalis absolutely nails it. The desolate corridors that give way to little abandoned rooms that clearly once had a purpose. It's sad and lonely, but also harsh and disquieting. Roaming around and exploring this derelict base and uncovering strange new things is the game at its most captivating, and it creates a layered foundation for the game's more dramatic moments to build off of. There is nothing like exploring somewhere already lost in the intoxicating soundscape of these hostile hallways.
And I remember I was so scared that I wouldn't be able to finish this game like in a good time. I thought it would take me a while to finish because of the puzzles and everything. But I got through it and it was nice. I'm gonna miss the game so much.
Only to walk into a room and be hit by... I am tensed up, ready for danger. Music, composed by 1000 Eyes and Cicada Sirens, manages to set an appropriate discordant tone, with moody ambient drones and off-kilter instruments, not just providing uneasy feelings in anticipation, but wonderfully aggressive noise in climax. Shooting one enemy was easy, but it's not long before you're given a lot more enemies to deal with, and new enemy types that engage with you
I should give it a try
entirely
to
new
another
ways.
ending.
Most importantly, you'll eventually
I don't
discover
know.
defeated foes won't stay dead. Coming
Yeah,
back
I
to
hate
fight
that.
again after a short amount of time.
I
unless
hated
you
that.
permanently destroy their body with a very limited resource. Similar to how you engage with the zombies in Resident
Watch a
Evil
video?
Remake, though while
Okay.
the enemies here aren't as powerful as the Crimson Heads, they keep getting back up forever unless destroyed. There are no free head explosions in this game.
How do they get
So this creates a
destroyed?
direct conflict in the player's mind about when to engage an enemy, whether it's worth it to spend resources on a threat. If you walk, you can actually sneak around a lot of the enemies in the game, so you could squeeze past enemies where possible to save taking unnecessary risks. Or, if you know you'll be going through an area a lot, you could take out the paranoid androids and dispose of their body to create some breathing room. Since enemies
Oh,
don't
okay, that's how you were able to use the thermite. I was never like I didn't know how like I didn't know how to use those. I thought you could just throw it at them. The other endings are important too. They are part of the cycle. Cause they just kept giving me upon like so many thermites, and I was like, if I can't throw it or use it like that, then what's the point of having them in my inventory? So I just never use them. And then I see him just now just placing it on top of a body, all nice like. I didn't even know you could do that like that.
leave a room they're in, you can also leave the bodies alone inside areas you won't be revisiting. Despite the game not focusing a huge amount on its combat early on, the moment-to-moment gameplay ends up nailing the idea of how survival horror should flow, and asks the player to make thoughtful choices in gameplay for how they think is best to proceed. You'll run into puzzles fairly regularly as you move
Oh,
through
this was
the
one of
game,
my
sometimes
favorite.
with some
I
logical
hated
conundrums
this
to be
one.
worked out, but mostly the puzzles take the form of keys or memorization games, the plain flavored crisps of video game puzzles. That's not fair. Signalis does actually have one unique little mechanic in the form of a radio. You can tune it to different frequencies and find out more information, usually for some light puzzle solving. It's a fun little mechanic. You might wonder if the game might use it to hide secrets. The potential is there, but you'd have to be a maniac to scan every single area in the game across all frequencies, working out any strange signal you found. Hey, did you know the game also works the radio into combat?
Oh, that used to be so
all of what I've mentioned are potent
crazy
ingredients for a devilish and standout survival horror cocktail. And obviously, I love this game and want to recommend it to people. However, there's one
the secret ending
more
is related to the
important
frequency.
ingredient that bears mentioning. Elster is German for magpie. And like a magpie, you're going to want to pick up every shiny little thing around you. And that will make you very familiar.
Oh, okay, so that magpie box that we had, oh, I didn't even know Elster meant that. So and I think the jingle for it was the too well-known, like the Signalis, or I forget dial it was called. It was like a phone dial type of noise. And I think that was the noise that we used to open the magpie box. I don't remember, but that's actually cool. So is that like Elster's, I guess, frequency, or I guess maybe favorite song, since she's so used to that?
Familiar
I
with
guess
this noise.
Those symbolism being a
inventory is
magpie
full.
noise. I don't
You
know.
can only hold 6 items at a time in Signalis, just like Chris Redfield. It is an aggressively small inventory.
That's the
and
magpie
it's a problem
cry?
that has complications to it which are specific to Signalis. Progenitors be damned. And I hope you're ready for this, as I thoroughly deconstruct why.
And was the eyeball that I think the eyeball we were given was like a photo mode. Because when I used it at one point, it was just showing, I guess, places where I can take a picture. But I don't know.
Signalis' inventory limit is bad. Oh, hold on. There was a patch while I was making this video, and it revises the inventory limit. It's still a 6-item limit, but now by default, the flashlight, a very necessary item, doesn't take up a slot. So it no longer feels like the game takes away an inventory slot when you pick it up. Neither does the eye camera, which is used for taking pictures, which can help with puzzle solving. That actually makes that item...
I did not know that. That could have helped me out a lot. Oh my gosh. And wait.
Takes away an inventory slot when you pick it up. Neither does the eye camera, which is used for taking pictures, which can help with puzzle solving.
So you could have took a pic. Okay, so because I remember for the description of the eyeball, it was saying like you can find things that are unseen or whatever to the regular eye. And I didn't know that when I took a picture of this, it showed up as this. Oh, snap.
That actually makes that item useful and a cool mechanic, instead of just using a notebook or taking photos on your phone because I didn't want to give up a slot for something I didn't want to use.
That's exactly what I did. I used an index card and I use my notes app, and I also use my phone to take pictures. Man.
Okay, puzzle solving is now better across the board. There's also the option of expanding the inventory if you want to. 8 slots now, just like Jill Valentine.
What? Like they don't make that obvious. See, I feel like I play this game on hard mode, even if it didn't say it was hard mode. I played it on hard mode because I didn't know all this stuff. I just died over and over and learned my way through the game.
It's less frustrating if the 6-item limit bothers you. And there's even an option to go back to the old system if you really want to. The game even went to the bother of rearranging item placements in certain rooms, so you're less likely to fill up on common supplies before hitting important key items. Oh, that's actually really cool. I had a whole 10-minute spiel about Signalis' inventory system here, but I guess I'll just cut that whole segment out. I'll put it up for patrons to see as a deleted scene, I guess. The update also added more things that we'll get into later. This document is on a different chair. What does it mean? These seem like small changes, but they end up solving most every gripe I had. I do still question why Signalis wanted to go with a limited inventory system in the first place, though. Well, you might say for the same reasons Resident Evil did it, to place boundaries that push the player to think tactically whilst exploring their environment. But
I wonder if Steam has old Resident Evil games like this, like what was just showed, because I might want to play them. And I want to play that. And then there's like this other game on Steam. It's like something. I'll look it up after the video, but it's interesting too, and I might want to get it for the Steam sale. There's also Crow Country. Sorry, we're closed. I've seen gameplay of both, but I don't remember the story of Crow Country.
Game, the environment design, mechanically and artistically, reminded me more of Silent Hill than Resident Evil. The focus on corridors with side rooms in a facility.
Like, I really want to play Silent Hill.
Designed for surprise encounters. The endless series of broken doors that you won't ever be able to open, and the map not telling you whether or not you missed an item in a room. It feels more akin to Silent Hill's methodology. And do you know what game doesn't have an inventory limit?
Oh, you just got an ad? That's odd. So, no, I was saying that I've seen gameplay of both, but wait, have I seen a gameplay of Sorry We're Closed? Hold on, Sorry We're Closed survival game. Because I've heard of that. Is it kind of the same, like, mechanically? It's very colorful too. But I might look into it for the Steam Spring Sale, which is this week. And I've seen gameplay of Crow Country, but I don't remember the story. But I do want to try, like if they do have old Resident Evil games like this on Steam, I want to try that too. But yeah, I already noticed that Signalis was like kind of inspired by, and it reminded me of Silent Hill, like the old Silent Hill games.
Silent Hill isn't less tense or scary for letting you carry whatever you want. And I do wonder the same thing about Signalis. Is the limited space truly making things tenser or just more frustrating? Balancing resources would still have been an issue because there are a limited number of items in areas.
It didn't really frustrate me. It made things a bit more tense, and you just had to. It made me think of what's needed more in the situation than other things, and how you can work your way through other save locations. Later, I'll do a research and I'll share it with you on Discord. Yes, thank you. And there's this other game, I forget what it's called. It's on Steam and it's on my wish list. Hold on, let me look it up really quick. Wish list. Did I buy it? Ooh. Pardon me, I'm just trying to get it because it's on my mind. Did I buy it already? It's not that one. Pardon me, pardon me. Withering Rooms. That's the one that I want to get this for this Steam sale. It's called Withering Rooms. So yeah. I'm currently working on a Silent Hill Resident Evil Signalis like game. Since I'm totally alone with it, that will take years. Oh geez, Mimi. At least it's like you're making a game. That's actually really cool. But I'm absolutely obsessed with this survival horrors. Yeah, like ever since playing like Signalis, and I know mouthwashing isn't really survival. Just sci-fi, I guess, survival horror, or now because of Signalis, just regular survival horror, I guess. But in this perspective, and I want to do like the old versions, not really new versions. Now I've become like really interested in games that's gonna be similar to it. Share a lot in common, to be honest. Yeah, like because Signalis and mouthwashing, like it was so immersive for me to the point where like I think about it, or if I had a dream, like I had a dream about mouthwashing of being on the ship, because with mouthwashing, like its story kind of made me feel uncomfortable to the point where I felt I wouldn't want to be on that ship, and I hope that I don't have a dream or a nightmare of being on that ship, and then I did. So it just creeped me, not really creeped me out, but it made me uncomfortable by how messed up and harsh the things that happen in that game. Like I wouldn't want to be in that situation. And with Signalis, I was all too used to being in that ship and exploring like where to go and where not to go and stuff, to the point where like it's like stuck in my mind. Signalis and Mouth, they're different type of dystopias, yeah. Just remember the game, not exactly a survival horror, but it is this type of immersive, pathologic, specifically Pathologic 2. I have to look into those. You can, yeah, I'll see it on Steam.
Area. So you'd still have to keep conscious thought about your health and ammunition, and whether or not it's best to engage an enemy. Adding the limit on top of this feels restrictive, especially in a game where you might need 5 keys to open a single door. Survival horror games thrive on friction, actively causing difficulty or inconvenience to the player to add.
This
thrive on friction.
This monster reminds me of that snot-nosed monster in Signalis, but I think this is like a leg.
Actively causing difficulty or inconvenience to the player to add tension, but Signalis doesn't have the breadth or complexity of design for the friction of the inventory system to pay off. The system also grated on me because the limit was arbitrary within the story as well. The reason it is 6 items is not because of pocket space or anything like that, but because of in-universe propaganda. Remember the rule of 6.
Oh yeah,
Never
I remember
carry
that.
more than 6 items on your person. What kind of Boy Scout bullshit am I abiding by? This might just be a tutorial message for the player, but I don't know. It makes it feel like the game is taunting me. Still, the update is great, very welcome, and I'm happy. It means I can now recommend the game wholeheartedly to you before we get elbow deep into Signalis' story, which is truly the game's crowning jewel. May I repeat that I played through this game multiple times with its abrasive item limit still in place, because the game's atmosphere and narrative are an absolute treat. It may not be for everyone. It's told in a somewhat opaque manner, even listing...
But I feel like after going through so much in this game, I don't know if I can get like back into it. Hollow Body? Okay, Hollow Body and Pathologic.
David Lynch as an influence on its store page, and while we never go full Inland Empire, we are sometimes amidst the trees of Twin Peaks. We'll also talk about those other influences later on. I want to emphasize that for this reason, this video is not Signalis Explained. Someone else may have a different interpretation of what this game is about, which is why...
Wait, what? So it's okay. um hmm hmm wait. Hold on. Maybe this is next. Let me go back. Hold on. Okay. Oof. Yeah, I'm not doing those 7 hours 42 minutes. 41. Okay, so there's this. Okay, let's try let's try this one. Maybe watch this. Maybe watch this on your own. I might watch this on my own. Let's look at Explained. Okay. What? Why is there a part 2? You know what? Power through. You got this. It's okay.
Signalis is a game of questions.
That's so stupid, man. Why did he have to go and say that?
What is the value of human life? How far are you willing to go for the ones you love? How can we differentiate between reality and fantasy? And what is the worth of a replica, a copy of a copy? These questions, of course, are not new.
Signalis
Stories
rabbit
told throughout
hole.
the ages.
Because I didn't want to go too far in. I mean, I didn't want to have the stream be too long. It's not going to be too long. Okay, let's just do this.
Have grappled with themes of creation, reality, and the nature of humanity, which resonate with us because they tap into some of our most universal wonders. Like many, I began playing Signalis the day it released back in October and was enthralled by it. Almost immediately, I began working on this video, my own attempt to understand its mysteries.
Yes,
uncover
that
its
does
secrets,
mean I've been working on it for the past 6 months. Oh,
learn
jeez.
for myself the truth of this thing that is so dark and yet so beautiful. But Signalis is cosmic horror, and just as in the classic works of Robert Chambers and H.P. Lovecraft, its deepest mysteries are intentionally left ambiguous, implied to be beyond our comprehension. It's not that they don't have answers, but that the very pursuit of those answers is enough to drive you mad. And this is exactly what you'll experience with Signalis. The deeper you dig into the
Wait,
lore...
sorry, Mimi. This is the best Signalis video I found, but I absolutely forgot about how long it was. How long was it? Was it the 7-hour one?
And the more discoveries you make, the more agonizing it becomes that the pieces don't all fit together, because even the most contradictory details feel so careful and deliberate. There are other complicating factors as well. The events of the whole game hinge on a phenomenon called bioresonance, which is barely understood by the characters in the game and is subsequently barely explained to the player. Dream logic is ubiquitous, and some degree of unreliable narration is also at play, another hallmark of Chambers and Lovecraft, which means we can't take anything we see or hear at face value. So with all that established, we find ourselves facing a pretty significant question. Should we try to understand? For me, at least, the answer is absolutely. There may not be a singular truth or definitive interpretation,
Aeon.
but that doesn't mean the search for answers
I remember.
is futile. Signalis is a masterwork of illusion, allegory, and art, brimming with many secrets that can, in fact, be explained, and in pursuit of these smaller mysteries, we draw ever closer to understanding the greater whole. Of particular note as a resource in this endeavor are the many works of literature used throughout the game, including the King in Yellow anthology by Robert Chambers, An Inhabitant of Carcosa by Ambrose Pierce, and The Festival by H.P. Lovecraft. It's absolutely
That's so
worth
many
it to read through
foreshadowing.
these diverse stories, as they provided much of the inspiration for Signalis and contain a great deal of information that sheds light on its dense mysteries.
Everything's
I'll refer to these
foreshadowing.
works periodically in order to highlight some of the most important connections they have with Signalis, but
I
won't be
wear
covering
no
them in depth for
mask.
two reasons. First, this video is quite long enough already, and second, these works do not define the game in and of themselves. They were not merely copied, but transformed, and have become something new in the context of Elster and Ariane's story. As an example of what I mean by this, let's take a quick look at the concept of Carcosa. Signalis
What?
makes clear reference to Carcosa in its visual iconography and directly quotes passages relating to it from The King in Yellow, which itself appropriated the term from An Inhabitant of Carcosa, which was borrowed from Gustave Naudou's poem Carcassonne, which is originally inspired by the medieval French city of Carcassonne. But what does it mean? Naudou's poem refers to the place as an actual city whose meaning is metaphorical as a stand-in for an individual's deepest desires, or heaven by some interpretations, but this meaning has evolved each time it has been used to the point that it has become quite hard to pin down in any general sense. The reason I bring all this up is to point out the fact
Oh,
that
how was he able to figure out this was like was it excerpts from, I guess, the actual poems, and so it was just filled in by like them looking up the lines from the actual poems. Along the shore the cloud was waves break, the twin suns sink beneath the lake, the shadows lengthen in Carcosa. Strange is the night where black stars rise and strange moons circle through the skies, but stranger still is lost Carcosa. Song of my soul, my voice is dead. Die thou, unsung, as tears unshed, shall dry and die in lost Carcosa.
all explicit mentions of Carcosa are
You can read the characters of all pages? Really?
deliberately omitted from Signalis. There are no easy answers here, and to find our truth, we must take a leap into the great abyss that is Signalis lore. And that's exactly what I tried to do here. My goal in making this video is twofold. First and foremost, it is to present a thorough, researched explanation of the game from beginning to end, showing and explaining exactly what is happening along Elster's journey and pointing out its many connections to other pre-existing works. And second, it is to offer my own comprehensive interpretation of what it all means. To be clear, my intent is not to convince you that this is the only or best interpretation of Signalis, but simply to present it as an option that ties together many of the narrative threads I'll be discussing. My approach assumes there are literal and symbolic elements
But you need to
at play,
decode
but I
it.
think purely symbolic interpretations are very interesting and valid as well.
It was like a
Part
nuclear
of what
waste
makes
warning.
Signalis so
Okay.
compelling is that the emotional core of the story retains its potency regardless of interpretation. Needless to say, this video will contain full spoilers for the entire game from this point on, so if you haven't yet played it yourself, I would highly recommend pausing the video here and doing that before you continue watching.
Okay, let me just
Signalis
pause
is
it. I didn't play it at all. I'm just kidding.
well worth your time, and the less you know going into the experience, the better. With that out of the way, this is how the rest of the video will work. First, I'll cover all background information preceding and leading up to the main narrative of the game, including an overview of the solar system, the revolution, and Ariane's life up to the Penrose mission. Next, I'll dig deeper into the origin of the titular signal, what it is, the Sierpinski connection, and the important role of Replica Commander Falk. I'll then discuss the nature of Ariane's dream, its fundamental purpose, the significance of the King in Yellow, and the meta-layering of the overall narrative. Following this, I'll transition to a more granular approach and break down Elster's journey chronologically chapter by chapter, explaining each sequence in context of the larger whole. As such, do note that I will be skipping over some details the first time they appear so that I can address them properly in a later section, as well as jumping around the game a bit to tie together scenes and concepts that appear at different points of the story. Finally, I'll discuss the game's 4 endings and bring my analysis to a close.
Okay.
Signalis is set in our own solar system, but, as stated by the developers, it does not take place in our future, but in a different reality with its own timeline. In this alternate future, 6 worlds were inhabited by humans, and the correlations to our system's planets are evident when we consider the star map in Sierpinski, the dream diary and tarot cards from Rotfront, and the posters found throughout the game. Buyan is the capital of the Empire of Yusan and is described as having a floating imperial palace and a sun-like eye, both of which correspond to Venus. While the planet's surface is utterly inhospitable due to the heat and crushing air
There's an
pressure,
ad break, it seems, so I'll stop the video here for now. Hello, okay, we're back. And hey, John, ASMR. I don't think you could hear me chewing. Hey, I'm here. Hey, John. How's your day been? You're a little busy?
Atmosphere 30 miles up is surprisingly temperate. The air pressure and
Thank you
temperature
for
are comparable
lurking.
to Earth's, and the rich CO2 gas found there could be filtered to provide oxygen. Conveniently, there is still plenty of atmosphere left above this point to provide shielding from solar
It's
radiation.
been so class I've been in. It's been so long since I've been in like science class. So seeing like different figures like this is just crazy. Now, what the heck did he say? Especially this. Oh my gosh.
Conveniently, there is still plenty of atmosphere left above this point to provide shielding from solar radiation, and seen through this absorbent barrier, the sun would likely appear as a large, luminant eye. Constructing floating cities at this height makes far more sense than trying to terraform the planet's surface, and this appears to be the approach the Empire took. Next, we move to Veneta, aptly named the Cradle of Humanity since it is, in fact, Earth. The large oceans and blue skies attest to this,
Veneta was
although
Earth.
The planet's climate was so devastated by the ongoing war for control that these bodies of water rose to cover much of its landmass. We can see that the moon itself was destroyed as well, meaning that the ocean would no longer be affected by its tidal forces. Kitesh is the system's second imperial world and corresponds to Mars. The planet is described as having a red desert, strong sandstorms.
Oh, I
and
was on
appears to
mute,
be
but
the
I was
site
saying
of
I
major
needed to edit the size of the video.
mining
the browser.
operations as well, all of which match up to the world as we know it. Furthermore, we learn that farming is an industry here, which makes sense considering Martian soil has all the essential minerals to support plant life. Rotfront is a revolution-controlled moon of the planet Jupiter with a deep ocean under its icy crust and a prominent red storm in the sky. The inclusion of a subterranean ocean appears to leave us with 3 possible candidates: Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa, but the first 2 can be ruled out since their oceans are buried hundreds of miles beneath solid rock, while Europa's ocean is only 10 to 15 miles beneath a thin, icy crust. This more closely fits the description from the Dream Diary, which says below the ice of Rotfront, so I think it's safe to conclude we're talking about Europa here. The large red storm referred to as an eye by many of Rotfront's inhabitants is simply Jupiter's Great Red Spot, as evidenced by the way it is referred to as a high-pressure region in the atmosphere of Rotfront's planet, and is clearly shown on the official Rotfront poster. Heimat is the capital of the nation of Yusan, the Revolution, and based on its yellow color and the fact that rings are visible from the world, it clearly corresponds to Saturn's moon Titan. In fact, Titan is considered one of the most Earth-like worlds in our solar system due to its large size and dense atmosphere that features a hydrological cycle similar to ours, and as such would have been
Oh
particularly
my
suitable
gosh,
for
the
terraforming.
research done.
Finally, we have Ling, for which surprisingly little information is given considering how much time we spend there. Fortunately, there are some good clues that indicate this is the dwarf planet Pluto. First, the star map shows Ling by itself, meaning it cannot be a moon of either Uranus or Neptune, and its standout feature is the Sierpinski mine that delves deep into the world's surface. While little is known about Pluto's composition, some theories suggest the interior of the planet is rich in deposits of gold, platinum, nickel, and other valuable minerals that would make mining a lucrative operation there. It's also worth acknowledging that Pluto is named after the god of the underworld, which fits with Sierpinski's identity as a veritable hell. As a whole, the solar
Wait.
system appears to be...
Pluto is... Wait.
It's also worth acknowledging that Pluto is named after the god of the underworld, which fits with Sierpinski's
That's the name of the god of the underworld? Are you sure about that? Pluto?
identity as a veritable hell. As a whole, the solar system appears to be loosely inspired by Lovecraft's Dreamlands, which is essentially a mirror image alternate version of our universe that can be accessed through sleep, or rather through
Oh.
dreams. Interestingly,
Wait, that's
the
actually
system
cool.
of
What?
Lovecraft's Dreamlands, which is essentially a mirror image alternate version of our universe that can be accessed
Dreamlands.
through sleep, or rather through dreams. Interestingly, the system's 3 actual planets, Buyan, Veneta, and Katesh,
The Greek god
are all
is named
after
Hades. Yeah,
mythical
that's what I
locations
thought.
on Earth that, for varying reasons, sunk into an ocean or other large body of water. Buyan was a mysterious island in Slavic mythology with the ability to appear and disappear with the tide. Katesh was a Russian city that sank into Lake Svitloyar to protect its inhabitants from a Mongol invasion. And Veneta was a city that was sunk by the gods into the Baltic Sea as punishment for its numerous sins of excess and blasphemy. The use of these names implies that the base reality of Signalis is related to, but fundamentally detached from our own. Additionally, the dwarf planet Lang is named after a cold, but otherwise ambiguous location in the Dreamlands where multiple realities converge. The names of the other 2 moons don't fit this theme, but are interesting nonetheless. Heimat is the German word for home or homeland, both with regard to physical location and culture, and this makes sense considering it is the capital of Yusan. Rotfront translates literally to red front, which could be a reference to its planet's iconic red storm, and is also the name of a small Russian village that was occupied by the Soviet Union in the 1920s, just as Rotfront the moon lives under the tight grip of Yusan. While it may not be strictly necessary to know this information in order to appreciate the events of Signalis, I find it quite interesting all the same and useful for understanding the greater context in which these events take place. But with that out of the way, let's get to the actual story of Signalis. It all
Okay.
began with mankind's ascension from Veneta to the rest of the solar system.
Is the
a feat
Roman god of
attributed
the
to
underworld.
Empress.
Oh, okay.
We are told she lifted to the rest of the solar system, a feat attributed to the Empress.
Wait,
Let's
what?
get to the actual story of Signalis. It all began with mankind's ascension from Veneta to the rest of the solar system, a feat attributed to the Empress. We are told she lifted the Empire of Yusan to the stars with her special gift of bioresonance, a power that led to the creation of replicas and made possible the terraforming of other worlds. And while bioresonance is never fully explained, we do get a useful description within the book Song of the Gods, found in the Etu's bookstore on Rotfront. It states the following: "There exists a connection between all of us that few are fully aware of, a song we all dance to but few can hear. This deep vibration of the cosmos cannot just be heard and felt, we all resonate in harmony with it, shaping it, deforming it around us. Those select few who can consciously perceive it often fear it. Too oppressive is the sound of the stars, too invasive the noise of the unaware around them, polluting the song with their fickle emotions. But every once in a while, some are born that cannot only hear and play this music of the worlds, but who can conduct it. Gifted individuals capable of manipulating the essence of the world around them." This concept is very similar to the Tao within Taoist philosophy, which can be described as the cyclical flow of the universe that manifests through each individual's experience of life and keeps the universe balanced and ordered. Of course, humans are nothing if not chaotic and disorderly, and at some unspecified point during the Empire's rule, a revolution sprang from the outer planets, probably centered on Heimat, that fought against the Empire and came to be known as the Nation of Yusan. By weaponizing bioresonance in the form of replicas, they were able to take control over half the system, with Veneta hotly contested.
That's what it said at the
It's important to note
bottom.
that this revolution was a recent and ongoing development, and seems to have started within a generation of the events of Signalis.
Okay, Arar, Euler. That's the hard ones with the shields and those big old bats. The Storked, and the Mina. Those were tough.
The Great Revolutionary and her daughter are referred to as if they are still living and leading the revolution, and we know that Sierpinski is actively engaged in mineral extraction, ore refinement, and munitions production, helping the war effort against the remnants of the Empire. While we aren't given much information regarding the broad beliefs or ideals of the Yusan nation, there are a few interesting details to note. First is the way humans are referred to as gestalts. This term refers to its subjects not as individuals, but rather as an organized whole that is perceived as more than the sum of its parts. Each citizen matters only as they exist in and contribute to the greater whole of society, a perspective similar to that of communism. Additionally, we can surmise that Yusan is a matriarchal society based on the fact that its rulers are female, along with the vast majority of its replica leadership. Now, while Heimat, Lang, and Rotfront were all swiftly taken by the revolution, Veneta proved to be far more difficult, and a great number of soldiers were deployed there in an attempt to wrest the planet from the control of the Empire. Among these was a small unit of 8 native Venetan soldiers, Unit 12 of the 5th Infantry Division to be exact, that included Lilith E2 and Alina Sio, both of whom play key roles in the story. Sadly, only 2 members of their unit survived the conflict. In Elster's flashback montage, we see Lilith, clearly identifiable by her hair, at a gravesite with 6 headstones as she leaves a lily on what must be Alina's grave. We know Alina was one of the casualties because we later learned the other soldier who survived, Rebecca Leong, who eventually moved to Rotfront Sector C. This detail informs us how far in the past these events took place, approximately 10 years considering Rebecca is apparently 10 years older than Ariane based on their medical records. It remains ambiguous what Lilith and Alina's relationship was like, whether they were romantically involved or simply close friends, though for the sake of parallels I'd say it was probably the former, but it honestly doesn't matter. The important thing is that they were emotionally close to some degree. Lilith would later be chosen as the neural pattern for the Elster replica unit. She was perfect. Quiet, stoic, probably antisocial, and with PTSD from the war, she was considered to have only basic needs, making her quite suitable for the long-term isolation conditions of the Penrose program. She also lost an eye, a detail that we'll return to later. The game gives
because
enough
Elster, like later in the story, lost her eye too. I forget from what. I think from Adler stabbing Elster. I'm too used to playing the game, but stabbing Elster in the eye.
Direct evidence for Lilith being the Elster neural pattern that I think we can safely call it fact and not merely a theory. But
yeah, isn't Lilith also? I know it's used also in like Neon Genesis Evangelion, I guess, as like the very first version. I don't know too much about Neon Genesis because I didn't finished watching it, but I know it's crazy messed up, like in one of the movies. But isn't it like some form of like higher being, I guess, or like a divine being? But with this, it's like the original, I guess. Lilith, I guess, meaning the original form of something or the first form of something. I just hear Lilith in a lot of stuff being like either the beginning of something or like some divine being.
One additional piece of evidence I want to point out is her name. In medieval Jewish tradition, Lilith was said to be the first woman and was created alongside Adam in the Garden of Eden before
Okay, like basically the first being, like I was saying.
choosing to leave and subsequently being replaced by Eve. The parallel is unmistakable.
Yeah, because isn't in Neon Genesis Evangelion the other thing is called Eve? Because I know one of the like divine beings or whatever is Lilith.
Lilith was a native to Veneta called the Cradle of Life, much like Eden, and was the first woman in the line of Elster replica units before being replaced by a replica's copy of her neural pattern. As an aside, it's interesting to consider how the process of replica selection works for gestalts. Was Lilith willing or unwilling to be used as a blueprint? Does the original human even survive the transfer? Based on the way they are referred to as hosts, it seems unlikely, but this remains unknown. In any case, I personally don't think that Lilith was the mother of Issa and Erica, and was more likely a relative such as an aunt or cousin. If she was their mother and had been on Rotfront, then it would be truly odd indeed for this to be completely omitted from the story. At this point, we get to Ariane. We learn that she was born on Ling, an interesting detail since it shows that there must be other human settlements there besides the Sierpinski mine. Shortly afterwards, however, her mother Iris was relocated to a radio outpost on Rotfront, Station 6, and here she raised her daughter in solitude. This was apparently highly unusual, as was the fact that Ariane was taught to appreciate art, music, and free-thinking literature. Iris also taught her daughter how to operate the long-range radios at the station. While Ariane rarely refers to this childhood in her notes, and to her mother barely at all, it is implied that this was a happy time, albeit a boring and/or claustrophobic one. On the one hand, Camilla refers to Ariane and Iris as being inseparable, but on the other, the prologue montage briefly shows the radio station and what might be a figure standing on the hill, looking out into the distance, perhaps feeling there was more to life than this. Unfortunately, there was more, but it wasn't better. When Ariane was still a teenager, her aunt Camilla intervened in her life, coordinating with Aeon, the National Ministry of Work and Education, to have Ariane taken away from her mother and stay with Camilla in the Sector C block, where she could be given a proper upbringing by a community of good people overseen by a block warden and attend the Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School. Upon starting life in the city, Ariane was immediately an outcast. In the words of a teacher, she was remarkably odd, as her artistic and individualistic personality was seen as a big problem that needed to be fixed. She was mercilessly bullied by the other students, and as far as we know, her only
And that
friends
was so
were the
mean.
E2 sisters, Issa and Erica, though even this friendship was likely not super close since Ariane always had trouble telling them apart. Along with attending the Polytechnical School, Ariane worked at her aunt's photo store, and it was here she developed a batch of photos of the 5th Venedan Infantry Division, Unit 12, and was drawn to one of Alina Seo. This unknown woman looked remarkably similar to herself, and Ariane later wrote, "When I saw the photo of that soldier, I wondered who she was. Was she happy? Was her family proud of her? Did her comrades love her? Since we looked alike, could I have been like her?" She also sent the photo to her mother, who agreed the resemblance was uncanny. In all likelihood, the photos were provided by Rebecca, who wanted to remember her lost friends. This longing may have even been partially the reason for her deep depression, aside from, well, living here in the first place. We know that this took place around the time of Ariane's graduation.
I don't know if I could live on a ship and just sing those closed-in walls over and over again. No light, just everything is just metal walls or tin walls or whatever. And all the footsteps are just like clinks, like footsteps on metal. I don't know, just I feel like it would kind of like drive me crazy by how unnatural everything feels. I guess nothing is like natural. It's just all man-made metal and all that type of stuff. Like not being able to go outside on grass or seeing a sun or feel like outside air. I don't think I could do that.
Since her mother remarked she would be entering her military service soon, and this was also around the time the teacher's evaluation was written, since one line reads,
Especially
"I can only hope military service will be..."
especially like the colors on a ship, just brown, gray, dark gray, all that type of stuff.
place. We know that this took
You don't
place
think you can
around
do that
the time
either?
of
Yeah.
Ariane's graduation, since her mother remarked she would be entering her military service soon, and this was also around the time the teacher's evaluation was written, since one line reads, "I can only hope military service will beat those frivolous ideas out of her in a way that this school has failed to do so far." Curiously, Ariane never speaks of this military period, and the only detail we learn about it is that she was placed in Rotfront Orbital, where she may have been piloting and maintaining spaceships or stations to some extent. Despite the lack of information, however, I think it's safe to assume it was not a pleasant experience, and she was looking forward to it ending as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, her return home brought no relief, as it was likely during this span of time that the Imperial espionage plot was uncovered in Sector C, and things went from bad to worse. The monthly Montfest celebration was suspended indefinitely, and the protectors in charge went on the hunt for the rumored spies. In Adler's diary found later, he writes of a recent dream he had in which he conducted a test with Ariane that involved drawing tarot cards and asking her to guess which one he was holding. While he assumes it to be a memory from his Gestalt life, this is a shaky conclusion at best, as the very next entry proves that his memory is not very reliable. Furthermore, there is evidence that this memory actually belongs to the Rotfront spy known only as Sun. We find his table of tarot cards in a hospital room, suggesting this event did actually happen, and that the spy was impersonating a doctor. It would appear that his goal was possibly to scout out bioresonant individuals among the enemy population, which would be highly valuable information considering how impactful bioresonance was in the war. This simple tarot card exercise would be an effective way to test for psychic abilities while also being easy to disguise as a memory test. Now, an argument could perhaps be made that Sun was the writer Nikolai and later served as the neural blueprint for Adler, since they were obviously intended to look alike, but this explanation makes several big assumptions that must be accepted. First, that Nikolai was on state records as being a writer but somehow managed to impersonate a doctor without being caught. And second, that he was captured by the authorities at the last minute before his escape and then was inexplicably chosen to become a replica blueprint. While these events certainly could have happened, it all feels a bit too convenient, and I'm more inclined to think that we're seeing dream distortion here. Regardless, we know Ariane was covertly examined for bioresonance and passed the test, which unsettled Sun enough to make him abandon his mission and attempt to return to Katesh. It is little wonder that in the midst of such stifling oppression, Ariane was as desperate as ever to get away from everything, especially considering her poor health, but her prospects were quite bleak. She eventually received her work assignment to S-23 Sierpinski, a mining facility on Lang curiously named after the Sierpinski Triangle, a famous self-similar fractal. It's important to note that Sierpinski is not just a mine, but also a re-education facility, a place for troublemakers and nonconformists. There was, however, a second option. One day, as she rode the empty train home, Ariane noticed a recruitment poster on the wall for the Penrose program.
That's what it
a
says.
state-sponsored program that would count as a valid work assignment. Instead of being forced into a veritable labor camp, she could choose to become a scout officer and make her own decisions away from the constant supervision of the authorities. The option was substantially more attractive, and in time she applied and was accepted. Regarding Rotfront, she left it all behind, except her memories of the place and its customs and superstitions, including pareidolia and the Red Eye. For a time, her mission aboard the Penrose was everything Ariane had hoped it would be. She was free from the judgment of others, could finally be alone, and was even able to continue her painting hobby. At first, she and Elster kept their distance, but when the loneliness of long-term isolation conditions began to set in, they gradually kindled a friendship. Having neglected to read the mission manuals and classified documents given to her at their journey's commence, Ariane was unaware of the destabilizing effect this would have on Elster's persona, and further activities such as the viewing of war films destabilized her even more. Ariane saw in Elster a kindred spirit, someone else who had run away from the world, and as the line between Elster and Lilith began to blur, the Gestalt memories becoming her own, Elster saw in Ariane the woman she had loved in a past life. A romance blossomed, and for the first time in a very long time, they were happy. But unfortunately, it would not last. Upon entering Phase 3 at Cycle 3000 and receiving their new mission parameters, the two learned the truth, that their voyage was a one-way trip. Having failed to find any resources or habitable worlds, supplies would soon begin to run out and the ship's functional systems would fail without the means for repair. Despite the official recommendation to end things quickly, Ariane and Elster struggled to survive as long as possible, which turned out to be a staggeringly long time. They were supposed to start running low on supplies after Cycle 3000, approximately 8 years into their voyage, but the latest diary entry we find is dated well after 5400 cycles, or about 15 years. While it's unclear precisely how they managed this feat, it likely involved a combination of Ariane using the cryogenic pod intermittently and Elster not needing as many resources to survive due to her biomechanical nature as a replica. Things took a turn for the worse, however, when the ship's reactors started leaking, causing them both to suffer terribly from the radiation. And here we get to the promise. At some point during this period,
That's how she got her gray
Ariane
hair?
made Elster promise to kill her to end her suffering, though it's never stated what the conditions were. It must not have been an immediate thing, as Ariane wrote that she didn't know if they would continue to wake up each day. What is clear is that they both continued to cling to life, with Ariane likely spending more and more time in the cryogenic pod as their carefully rationed supplies ran out. Finally, the day came that Ariane feared, when Elster succumbed to the radiation and died quietly. And this could not have happened at a worse time, for Ariane was still in the cryogenic pod. Far from being the permanent rest assured by the Phase 3 mission briefing, Ariane found herself caught between consciousness and sleep, in constant pain from her radiation-induced cancer, unprotected by a cryopod that was likely malfunctioning since the lid is later found open with the diagnostics turned off. Elster failed to fulfill her promise. This is what actually happened, and would have been the end of it, if Ariane had not begun to dream. From this point on, things get really complicated because the human mind, with its myriad memories and desires, is complicated. And the most
If she had not, dreamed? What do you mean?
promise. This is what actually happened, and would have been the end of it, if Ariane had not begun to dream. From this point on, things get really complicated because the human mind...
So her dreaming made Elster come back? I don't know.
with its myriad memories and desires, is complicated. And the most immediate and fundamental point of complexity is the determination of what is real and what is not. How much of what we see in the game is actually happening, and how much is just a dream? It's quite the brain teaser, and also a bit of a trick question, since I think the only reliable answer is all of it. My personal theory is that all of Signalis is taking place within a dream, or rather, two dreams, that have overtaken reality and become its new form. And this is precisely why, were I to give this analysis a name, I would simply call it the double dream theory. After Elster's death, or at least ceasing of function, Ariane understandably became desperate. Trapped as she was in a malfunctioning cryogenic pod, experiencing constant pain in her shallow dreams, she did the only thing she could think of, attempt to wake Elster up, and she did this by projecting Elster's memories via bioresonance. While it may sound dubious at first for Ariane to have known Elster's memories, this is actually well established by the Colibri replica known issues document, which states the following. Like most bioresonant individuals, Colibris will often subconsciously create an emotional feedback loop, imitating and then broadcasting the emotions of those around them, acting as a sort of amplifier. This is precisely what Ariane did. She subconsciously created a feedback loop with Elster, processing her memories which could later be broadcast back. This bioresonant projection took the form of a very specific radio signal that we later learn is called the magpie signal. This is the titular signal of Signalis that lays the foundation of the entire game and affects not only the Penrose but Sierpinski as well. Along with showing up here on the title screen, it also appears in the radio room, the Penrose, and on the Rotfront radio tower.
That's actually really cool. Whoa, I didn't even know that. So that's how, like, they communicated is through that frequency. The Ulster frequency, the magpie frequency. And so that's how she was trying to get Ulster, I guess, to wake up. She was sending that signal subconsciously, I guess, through her, not through her dream, but just subconsciously. Oh, snap.
And while the magpie signal is certainly cryptic, it is far from arbitrary. Back during World War I, this type of radio signal was first developed for the purpose of espionage. Shortwave radio stations known as numbers stations would broadcast an endless string of spoken numbers, sometimes interspersed with musical motifs, that could be decrypted by spies in enemy nations. The codes were unbreakable because they utilized one-time pads, which contain random groups of numbers used to convert the letters of the transmission, just like the sword document used in the wall-safe puzzle. These number stations have been plentiful and active ever since, and were especially prominent during the Cold War in the aftermath of World War II. This particular sequence in the magpie signal
That's the name
is
of it,
known
three-note
as the three-note
oddity.
oddity, a Hungarian-based signal targeted at Germany that was active until 2005. While I don't intend to read too deeply into the real-world history of these stations since, as I explained in the introduction, Signalis has transformed its sources with new meaning, I do think they are being used in a similar way. In Ariane's reactor note, she recounts a dream she had in which her mother was listening to a number station and taking notes in a book while holding the King in Yellow on her lap. We can make an educated guess that it was the magpie signal specifically since, on the main menu, the signal plays alongside the sounds of a clinking metal pole which evoke the image of the remote radio station. It would make sense for this dream to be based off of memory, and as such, it appears to be implied that Ariane's mother was a spy who was decoding messages from a number station over the radio. But what is the significance of Ariane's signal taking the form of this transmission? I'll come back to this point later, but for now there are a few more immediate questions I want to address to support this general explanation. For starters, how do we know bioresonance has anything to do with radio waves? Going back to what we learned about the Colibri replicas, it is said that tuning a radio to the same frequency they are transmitting will cause a feedback loop, and this is exactly what we see happen. So radio waves must be at least a major component of bioresonance signaling, if not the whole of it.
Yeah.
There's an even better question, however, one that had me puzzled for quite some time. Why is Ariane's bioresonance so powerful? How can it affect a location billions of miles away so strongly as to warp its very reality? The answer is deceptively simple: the Penrose vessel. We read in the Song of the Gods earlier that bioresonance is what lifted humanity to the stars, and since other technology stagnated in the 100 years since then, it makes sense that all spaceships must be powered by bioresonance. We also need to look at the math here. The Phase 2 mission parameters inform us that the Penrose reaches the Oort cloud after about 1500 cycles, and we know that cycles are days from the chronometer adjustment note, in which Ariane states she adjusted the ship's cycle calculations to equal the length of a day on Veneta. Conveniently, Veneta is Earth, so from this point on their cycles were 24 hours by our reckoning. Taking all of this into account, they reached the Oort cloud in roughly 4 years, 1 month, and 10 days, which may sound reasonable until we consider just how insanely far away the Oort cloud is from the heart of our solar system. The approximate distance to its closest edge is 2,000 astronomical units, or 186 billion miles. To put this into perspective, light from the sun takes a full 2 years to reach it, and many years more to reach its outermost edge. This means the Penrose would have had to be moving at approximately 50% the speed of light the entire way, and even with a strong launch, there is just no way these clunky spacecraft could do that. Unless, of course, they used a device that could warp the fabric of space itself, and effectively shrink the distance that needed to be traveled by a huge margin. While on the subject of light speed, I want to slip in a quick note about time dilation. At a rate close to 50% the speed of light, time would pass about 15% slower for Ariane and Elster than for everyone else, so those 4 years would amount to about 4.7 years to those in the solar system. A noticeable difference, but not huge. This is turning into a long-winded explanation, but the main takeaway is simply that the Penrose must be outfitted with some kind of bioresonant hyperdrive, and this acted as a perfect amplifier for Ariane's signal. Little did the nation of Yusan know that the cheap scouting vessel they had sent off would become a bona fide bioresonant nuke. Empowered as it was by this hyperdrive, Ariane's signal was so potent that it caused the Penrose to crash, not on a planet, but rather in a different dimension altogether, something akin to the astral plane. And from here, we trace the signal from its source on the Penrose to the mining facility on Lang. The reason S-23 Sierpinski is a part of Signalis at all is revealed in Ariane's workforce assignment, whereby we learn that if Ariane had not been accepted into the Penrose program, she would have been assigned to work there instead.
Wait, okay. Is Ariane human? But if she's human, which I'm pretty sure, how does she have bioresonance? Was it from the... Like, how does she have that? I don't get it. Bioresonance. It represents the ability of very few individuals to influence the physical world through mental willpower, either consciously or unconsciously. Cause like, can humans have bioresonance? Can humans have bioresonance signalis? I don't know.
As the story progresses, it becomes increasingly clear that bioresonance has the power to alter timelines and probabilities, but more on that in a bit. On a broad level, Ariane's influence over the Sierpinski mine was made possible by something the workers found deep within it. Details are appropriately vague. We are simply told some...
Valmir, thank you for the raid. Eternal flock raid, or eternal flock raid. Hello, I'm just watching a Signalis Explain video because I finished the game Thursday and I miss it. But welcome, raiders. How's your streaming? Hey, Babby. Hello. It's also a pretty long video that I'm watching, but I'm liking it. Monster Hunter Wilds is super fun. Yeah, a lot of people are into that game. All I know is that the girl with the glasses is really pretty. Like the brown hair and the glasses. And then there's the blonde girl who's like the blacksmith, and like the clip on Twitter of her like hammering down on something. Oh my gosh. It's so good. I wish I could play it. Mimi, it's just so good. Yeah. But yeah, the girl with the glasses, she's really, really pretty. But I remember, I think it was isn't there a Monster Hunter World or something? But I know like a couple of years ago I would watch a bunch of VTubers stream it, and they had like the little music sequence of making, what is it called? Dango? Like the little colorful balls or whatever on a stick. There's a World's Monster Hunter, and it would have like a little song that goes along with it, and the little cats would be dancing and help make it, I guess. I don't know. It was that little sequence. I remember that. Maybe it wasn't cats, but those little cat-looking pets. That's what I know about it. But thank you for the raid. Oh, hold on. There we go. Thank you.
Something was unearthed, something older than humanity, and it strongly appears that what they found was a tear in the fabric of reality, a gateway to the astral plane.
Wait, the little
being,
the little cat-like beings or whatever, they speak now in the game? That's crazy.
created by Ariane herself, since she was clearly thinking about the place and how her life might have been different there.
Wait, so Ariane made... Because I guess with her bioresonance, she could, like they said, manipulate different, like the dimensions of different things. Yeah, like manipulate reality and just make hallucinations and stuff.
Deep within it. Details are appropriately vague. We are simply told something was unearthed, something older than humanity, and it strongly appears that what they found was a tear in the fabric of reality, a gateway to the astral plane, possibly generated by Ariane herself, since she was clearly thinking about the place and how her life might have been different there. This explanation provides an answer to one of the most confounding mysteries in Signalis. How can the Penrose be both billions of miles out in the Oort cloud and also be deep below the surface of Lang? Because it now exists in a dimension accessible from both of these locations.
Oh.
This dimensional rift is the massive pit at the bottom of the mining site, and when Elster drops into it, she lands in not one, but two locations. First on a strange beach, and then in the nowhere. Interestingly, prior to making the jump, Elster states that she can hear the sounds of water from below. The only water we see in the nowhere is a small puddle that doesn't look to be making any noise, so I think she's actually hearing waves crashing along the shoreline. The presence of 6 pillars leading up to the pit further reinforced its metaphysical nature. We are told that Falk went personally to see this strange discovery down in the mine, and when she returned, she had been changed. But what exactly did she see? Falk doesn't give many details about her experience within the rift, mostly writing about the after effects from it in her diary. Like Elster, Falk may have first landed on the beach, after which she made her way to the gate. Adler's dialogue indicates that she passed through it, and in a red dream found at the end of the game, Falk wrote that she saw Ariane in the red emptiness waiting for me. She may have even spotted the Penrose if she ventured far enough. What she certainly did not see during her foray into the rift, however, was the nowhere, which at that point in time didn't exist, as I'll explain later. But this we know for sure. Upon exposing herself to the uninhibited song of
the
reality,
Elsterification.
she was flooded by the wave of Ariane's signal, her mind forcibly injected with Elster's memories. At length, Falk returned to the upper levels of Sierpinski and for a time was able to continue functioning, but so overwhelming and persistent was the signal that she eventually slipped into a coma and began to dream.
I would say, like, Falk's like design at the end of the game was really cool. I really liked her black long hair.
Of Sierpinski and for a time was able to continue functioning, but so overwhelming and persistent was the signal that she eventually slipped into a coma and began to dream. Just as the Calibri units were designed to function as amplifiers for Falk's own bioresonance, she became an amplifying node for Ariane's signal, resonating with its immense power.
I wonder if
and
people
as she dreamed of the
cosplayed
Sierpinski
Falk.
facility, that fantasy became its reality. A second dream created by a second dreamer.
Whoa, what the what? That's confusing, kind of. So Ariane's dream was Rotfront, and Falk's dream was Sierpinski, and that's how it meshed together with to make Nowhere. I wonder if there's also like Elster Ariane duo cosplays. So let me see what he said again.
With its immense power. And as she dreamed of the Sierpinski facility, that fantasy became its reality. A second dream created by a second dreamer. This is why Sierpinski feels so grounded and real. We see later in Chapter 3 that Ariane's own recreations of reality are much more surreal, and Rotfront is literally where she lived. Generating a massive mining facility that she had never once seen or visited in exquisite detail was certainly beyond her, but the replica Commander Falk, who oversaw the entire facility, would have known it well, perhaps even better than a human in her place. This idea of Falk being a second dreamer is very well supported by the many parallels drawn between her and Ariane. For one, she is lying in the same position as Ariane in a similarly shaped room, both of which are mirrored by the sealed chamber in the Nowhere. Adler kisses her forehead, just as Elster kisses Ariane in the Memory and Promise endings, and prior to the final confrontation, we can see they look identical to each other besides the color of their hair, which is only different because of Ariane's achromatrichia. With Elster's memories and Ariane's appearance and purpose, Falk essentially becomes both of them at the same time. Further evidence for this, Falk chromatrichia. With Elster's memories and Ariane's appearance and purpose, Falk essentially becomes both of them at the same time. Further evidence for the actuality of Falk's dream is the fact that no one at Sierpinski started getting sick until after Falk succumbed to the signal, because Ariane's dream was unable to affect the facility on her own. It is also telling that the spreading infection takes the form of radiation poisoning, because that is what Ariane herself was experiencing.
Oh yeah.
There's one final topic relating to Sierpinski that I want to address briefly before moving on, which really applies to the game as a whole: the dates. It becomes evident early on in Signalis that there are multiple calendar systems, which is very confusing but makes sense for this futuristic society. Each planet would need its own calendar to account for their unique rotation and revolution periods, and the outermost worlds would need a different system for years altogether due to the sheer length of their revolutions. Additionally, there would need to be a universal system calendar so that each planet could stay in sync with the others. There appear to be at least 4 date formats shown in the game. My best guess is that the first 2 date formats are based on the planetary calendars of Lang and Rotfront, with the first number of each indicating year. Whether these years correlate to each other
like
is
1984,
uncertain, though, since a technical year on Lang would be
or
much
maybe
longer
2084.
than a year on Rotfront. So it's hard to say whether the events at Sierpinski are taking place 50 years in the future or around the same time, but regardless, the story plays out quite the same. If I had to venture a guess, Ariane's graduation date is probably written in the universal format due to the inclusion of a decimal point, which would be a likely compromise for a calendar that has to combine the time cycles of every planet into a cohesive format. While it's definitely interesting trying to piece the dates together, I want to make it clear up front that my theory doesn't rely on them too heavily since they are left so ambiguous. It's easy to get lost in the weeds here because there is so much information to sift through, but we can simplify our approach by going back to the whole purpose of the dream to begin with: the promise. The dream was started by Ariane, is expanded by Falk, and is colored by Elster, all for the ultimate purpose of enabling Elster to fulfill the promise she had made to end Ariane's life. This is the why behind everything, and as such everything needs to be examined through this lens. Furthermore, we must remember that the story takes place completely within a dream that has overtaken and is shaping reality itself. As a result, we can't take anything we see at face value, and there are a great deal of interesting parallels that may not have existed prior to the dream at all. For example, the way some of the Sierpinski replicas resemble Rotfront gestalts, the matching piles of trash found in the Penrose, Sierpinski, and Rotfront, and perhaps even the fact that there is a security breach at both Sierpinski and Rotfront Sector C. But among the most important parallels of all is the recurring appearance and constant presence of the King in Yellow, a fictional dread play that drives the events of several stories within Robert Chambers' anthology of the same name. It's never actually shown whether the book appearing in Signalis is Chambers' novel or the play itself, and while I don't think it really matters since it plays the same narrative function either way, I'm inclined to believe it's the latter. The play has 2 acts and 3 characters: Casilda, Camilla, and a mysterious stranger who is almost certainly the titular king in disguise. While the play's first act is quite benign and disarming, the second is filled with such devastating truths that all who read it invariably go mad and usually end up dead, for to read its words is to expose oneself to the power of the godlike entity known only as the King in Yellow, a jealous being who demands total sacrifice of his subjects. In a similar fashion, the mysterious white-haired girl seen by those at Sierpinski may have appeared benign and disarming at first, but so devastating was the force of her signal that all exposed to it were irreversibly changed, their individual identities contaminated in the name of sacrifice. And while Falk is of course the prime example of this, in truth everyone at Sierpinski has become a performer on the stage of Ariane's dream, compelled to play their given role over and over again until they are torn apart by the endless
There's a lot going
recycling
on,
of the
yeah.
world around them. Ariane herself is clearly representative of the king, a godlike being over all whose will is absolute. But this raises an extremely important question. Is Ariane actually aware of what she is doing? Is she truly accountable for the horror she unleashes upon scores of innocent humans and replicas? I don't think so. For Ariane, all appears as a dream, a delirious swirl of images that respond to her desperate signal, and she may very well not realize what she sees is actually a twisting of reality itself. Alternatively, it is possible that Ariane did catch on to the true nature of her dream, but was unable to stop the signal she had started and found herself at the mercy of Elster's success along with the others, which was, of course, her situation to begin with. Either way, Ariane is not the villain of this story. She is a victim of oppression just as much as anyone else, an outcast in a cruel world where the only escape is death, and Yusan alone can be held responsible for the bioresonant calamity that falls upon Sierpinski. Moving on, there is one more fundamental aspect of Signalis that informs the way we must view it, quite literally, and that is the meta-layering of the overall narrative design. From the beginning, it is made abundantly clear that we are watching the story unfold through a screen. The most basic evidence for this includes the glitching and tearing.
That's okay. I just realized I know there's always cameras filming her. And so was this at the intro of the game?
Overall narrative design. From the beginning, it is made abundantly clear that we are watching the story unfold through a screen. The most basic evidence for this includes the glitching and tearing effects that can be seen regularly, the most extreme of which cause Elster physical harm, as well as the inclusion of film grain and CRT filters that can be applied in the game settings. Additionally, we see that concentrated bioresonance emitted by Colibri and Falk replicas disrupts the current image, revealing a video marker as well as the underlying purpose behind the signal. The island, a manifestation of Ariane's desire for death. Also notable are the appearance of a video marker as well as the underlying purpose behind the signal. The island, a manifestation of Ariane's desire for death. Also notable are the appearance of Gestalt file numbers and replica databank overviews. This page intentionally left blank screens and violent scene missing, all of which make it seem as though we are parsing through official government documents. So whose point of view are we looking through? We are given one more revealing clue in the form of the invisible red eye. Almost anywhere in the game, drastically brightening the footage will reveal the silhouette of an unmistakable eye superimposed over
really? That's really cool.
the screen.
I love it when, and now I know that games do that, but when movies do that too, when things are hidden in the darkness. Or in trees or different things, because today I was watching this video on horror movies that it was called what was it called? Blink and You Won't See It or something like that. And how in Hereditary, which is one of my favorite horror movies because it actually scared me, is that when a lot of things are hidden in the dark, and so when you brighten the screen and you just brighten the image, you see something up on the corner of the ceiling that you just didn't know was there, and it creeps you out because you think that there's nothing around when there is something watching you. So it's really cool that's a thing.
Places it does not appear are during full-screen first-person sequences, for obvious reasons, and Elster's final return to the Penrose, which I'll discuss later. Within
some scenes trigger you a lot. The details are the best. Yeah, Ari Aster is such a good horror director, as of recent years. Just he's really good at bringing so much discomfort to the audience.
In Signalis, the imagery of the red eye represents two things: the government of Yusan and Ariane herself, and I think both are at play here. Ariane is an active observer of her dream, not a passive one, watching and guiding Elster along every step of the way. It is then quite possible that her bioresonance signal was later intercepted by government authorities, edited and annotated accordingly as they tried to make sense of it. At the very least, they would have had access to the Sierpinski camera footage tracking Elster's progress through the facility. And now we arrive at where the game officially begins. Elster wakes from her calibration unit following the Penrose crash, and upon checking the ship's central console finds a damaged photo of Ariane. Further inspection of the ship reveals she is nowhere to be found, one of the 2 AVA suits is missing, and the cryogenic pod holds only a broken and bloody keycard. Reasonably assuming that Ariane left the ship, Elster initiates the airlock cycle, puts on the second AVA suit, and strikes out into the snow. As explained earlier, this is not Lang, nor is it base reality at all, but rather a different dimension that has been altered and shaped by Ariane's dream. Evidence for this is abundant. A star unit found later within the mine refers to the Lang sky as being filled with stars, which would not be visible from within such a snowstorm, and this is supported by the Sierpinski vertical map, which shows a starry sky as well. The Penrose status monitor states this is an unknown planetary surface, which obviously wouldn't make much sense if this really was Lang, and it also can't be a rogue planet deep within the Oort cloud since there is no way this much ambient light would be present. And speaking of the Oort cloud, the sky in this sequence reveals another seeming impossibility. 2 celestial bodies, one much larger than the other, that can only be Jupiter and one of its moons. This planetary surface is Rotfront, which Ariane knew well, though it is but a surreal representation of the place. Visible in the snow are large angular beams jutting from the ground and a mysterious gate, along with a large, perfectly round hole in the ground. Not having any other options, Elster passes through the gate, descends into the strange hole, and crawls through a narrow tunnel which leads into a small bedroom. As we'll discover later, this is in fact Ariane's room in Rotfront Sector C, but, importantly, Elster doesn't know that. She does not recognize the room or anything in it. She no longer remembers the promise. She does, however, feel drawn to the King in Yellow lying on the desk, and upon picking it up, the radio suddenly switches on and begins to transmit the Magpie signal. In the following montage, we see quite a few things. A Rotfront radio outpost, the computer screen turning from white to red, the mysterious island, Elster's skin slowly peeling away, an ominous line pulled from the festival, the words "Remember our promise," Issa cutting herself over a strange symbol separated by sacrifice, Ariane herself, and
Wait,
final
who?
symbol, the words "Remember our promise," Issa cutting herself over a strange symbol separated by sacrifice, Ariane herself, and finally the words "Wake up." As a whole, I think this complete prologue sequence can be understood as a representation of Elster's memories being transmitted via the signal. We are not playing the real physical version of her, but rather the last wisps of her dying memory that Ariane is projecting to Sierpinski. The situation on the Penrose with Ariane missing along with an AVA suit is entirely fabricated by Ariane for the purpose of getting Elster to leave the broken ship. Or rather, coaxing her memories out of her broken body so a new cycle can begin with another Elster unit. We'll come back to Issa's bit in the montage later, but the main takeaway for now is that we are seeing an indeterminate number of cycles play out, which is made obvious by the inclusion of the fatal error screen at the end that appears elsewhere when Elster is killed. So, when we next move to Sierpinski following the title screen, we know that this is many, many cycles later from the one we started in the snow.
Synchronization.
Chapter 1 starts in a first-floor Sierpinski bathroom, with Elster looking intently at herself in the mirror. After looking around for a bit, she finds an injured star unit who warns her to leave since the facility is lost. Undaunted, Elster retrieves and shows her the photo from the Penrose, which now depicts a completely different woman, Alina Seo. The star tells Elster that she must be a worker, all of whom had been sent down into the mine. This is, of course, not actually Alina, who died in the Venetian conflict a decade earlier. Rather, she is an extension and likeness of Ariane, formed from the probability of Ariane ending up at Sierpinski had she not gotten accepted by the Penrose program, in combination with Ariane's dreaming about the woman in the photo. She is, in a way, a self-insert of Ariane in her own dream, and even shares her poor health. Evidence for the two actually being one can be seen in the brief images of Alina that flash up twice during transitions, once during the elevator malfunction on level 3 and once again when Elster jumps into the mining pit. When placed alongside Ariane's profile, we can see that they match exactly. Furthermore, the butterfly box, bearing a clear symbol of transformation, leads to one of Ariane's memories, not Alina's, and we learned from Alina's diary that she was close.
I think there's a ad break coming, so I'll be right back. Wait, did you hear me? I said that okay, there's an ad break. I don't know if you heard me or not. There's an ad break coming. Oh, you didn't get an ad? What the heck? Oh, you got ads? Okay. Pardon me. Go like that. Oh, okay. No, wrong thing. Okay, there we go. But we're back though. Okay, so we're somewhat halfway there. We're gonna get through this, I promise. I'm just really interested in the story, and I don't know if anyone is okay with watching through it all. That it's completely okay if you're not. I just felt like it would be nice to watch it together.
Close with Elster as Ariane was. Her final diary entry, found later on in the Nowhere, reveals that her memories were beginning to blur with Ariane's,
Whoa.
and her hair was even turning white, which is notable since
Thank you for the follow, Lord Celine. How are you? How are you? And how do you want me to see your name? Maybe just let me know if you want.
Ariane's memories are not part of the signal, only Elster's.
You're good
This
here?
phenomenon
Okay.
can be understood as the Alina manifestation breaking down and returning to the one who created her in the first place. We can apply this same probability
Wait.
manipulation. Ariane's memories are not part of the signal, only Elster's. This phenomenon can be understood as
Wait, go back a bit.
final diary entry found later on in the Nowhere reveals that her memories were beginning to blur with Ariane's, and her hair was even turning white, which is notable since Ariane's memories are not part of the signal, only Elster's. This phenomenon can be understood as the Alina manifestation breaking down and returning to the one who created her in the first place. We can apply this same probability manipulation reasoning to our Elster unit as well. Simply put, this is a completely different Elster unit from the one in the prologue, an Elster who may never have been part of the Penrose program at all. In a note written by the Sierpinski protectors, we learned that they had considered requesting an Elster unit to do survey work down in the mine, but postponed the decision indefinitely when Falk fell ill. However, Adler distinctly remembers conversing with an Elster replica as they were both inspecting the mining site, and an examination of his memory proved that this recollection was quite real. In another timeline, or in Adler's words, another version of reality where events had played out differently, an Elster unit did indeed come to the mine from the surface, and this reality merged with base reality to create a hazy zone in the middle where Elster 2 ends up. This is why she is simultaneously familiar to some of the replicas at Sierpinski, while also being immediately recognized as someone who doesn't belong there. Alina's diary entries echo this as well. In entry 1, she wrote that she hadn't seen Elster in a few days, but later in entry 3 she makes the remark, "I still haven't found any trace of Elster. It's as if she had never been here." Anyways, following her exchange with the Star unit, Elster finds Issa in the library having just used the Gestalt first aid kit. We can see a bandage on her palm, confirming that the sacrificial scene in the prologue has already happened. This first encounter is quite vague, with Elster briefly explaining her search, and Issa simply responding that she is here to accomplish something as well. The two part ways.
That kind of reminds me, like, from Silent Hill 2. Like, what's that guy's name? The main guy with the blonde hair. And then there was this other girl who was there. Like, when James. When James went to Silent Hill, like, at the beginning of the game, there was that grave, and he also saw, like, this other girl there. She was there for something too, just like him. So it reminded, like, that little interaction just there, like, that he just explained, reminded me of that. But I forgot her name. Yeah, Angela, that was her name. And I still need to look at videos of explaining Silent Hill 2. But Angela's story, like, made me so sad. Like, that story is so sad. And the monster inspired by that story is horrible. And I think the voice actress in the remake did so well at portraying, like, the just overall depression and hopelessness in her voice. Like, she did so good. Like, it was the scene with when she was walking down the steps and everything was on fire. And, like, her line, what did she say? Like, "Are you gonna love me, ease my pain?" Or something like that. She just did so good. Like, I felt the pain and just, like, the hopelessness or something. Like, it's really, really sad, but, like, it's just, she did a good job at portraying how sad and the hopelessness, how it feels, how it can sound like. Yeah, that's the name of the monster, Abstract Daddy. Is one of the most horrible enemies in the game. Yeah. Like, I don't know, it actually made me tear up because, like, it's just, it hits in certain ways emotionally for me. But yeah. Like, that voice actress did so good.
Drops down to the second floor, where her most important discovery is Alina's confiscated butterfly box. Opening it and claiming the Plate of Eternity within triggers the radio outpost sequence, wherein we see the place of Ariane's childhood at the time she was pulled away to Sector C as confirmed by the letter from her Aunt Camilla. The sequence primarily functions as a way for Elster to get the radio module, which she needs to gain access to keys hidden away in the level's wall safes. One such key enables Elster to use the elevator, though it promptly malfunctions on level 3, forcing her out to scout the area. The main goal on this floor is to find the 5 elemental keycards that will unlock the surgery room: fire, earth, water, wind, and most notably gold, which is obtained from the video cassette train sequence.
Wind. It was supposed to be air.
Passing through the door and dropping to the next level brings Elster face to face with
Mina.
her first Mina replica, who has been corrupted
Oh,
like
Mina.
most of the others, and it is only by defeating her that Elster is able to finally meet the administrator, Adler. He seems friendly at first and confirms that Alina Sio is indeed one of Serpinski's
Then he pushes me
factory
down the
workers,
elevator
but after
shaft.
luring Elster close to the empty elevator shaft, he suddenly tosses the photo aside and shoves her in, quietly saying, "You shouldn't have returned." Adler was expecting her, and as we'll see, this exchange has already happened many times. But first, we witness the library sequence. Issa wakes in a dark, empty classroom at the Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School and heads to the library to check if Erica is still there. Peering through the door reveals an altogether worse sight, however. Ariane is being mercilessly bullied by some masked students, shoved onto the
Jeez.
floor and kicked.
Oh my.
The rest of the story
forgot
is
about
told
that.
through quick text blocks at the end. Issa was paralyzed by indecision.
I read that the correct pronunciation of Mina is Mina. I don't know, but Mina just sounds fun to say.
And fear,
But I didn't know it was
Erica
Mina.
eventually showed up to rescue Ariane. Issa could never forgive herself for not taking action and was racked by guilt,
Oh,
considering
that's
herself
that's the
useless.
stuff. Translated, in the end, it was my sister and not me who came to help Ariane.
And fear, and Erica eventually showed up to rescue Ariane.
Ariane.
Issa could never forgive herself for not
Our short friendship was forever for me. From that moment of paralysis overshadowed.
taking action and was racked by guilt, considering herself useless.
I've always been useless,
Following
inferior.
this sequence, Elster wakes to find herself near the bottom of the elevator shaft, which is filled with dead Elster units.
Yeah.
They can be recognized as such by their orange chest plates. So many cycles have passed, so many units killed, that the bodies were able to cushion Elster's fall, leaving her miraculously unharmed. Many literal interpretations that have already been offered for Signalis assert these are all unique and different Elsters that were summoned to Ling by Ariane's signal, and these theories point to the Elster overview, which states all Elster units were copied from a decommissioned unit from the Penrose program after the original neural pattern on Veneta had been destroyed. Allegedly, Ariane's Elster was this unit, which means all future Elsters would have had memories of Ariane implanted within them to begin with, and this is why all of them felt compelled to fulfill the promise. While I do like this interpretation conceptually, I don't find it very convincing since virtually every other piece of evidence works against it. How would Elsters from all over the solar system have been able to receive the signal when it only seems to be affecting Lane due to the dimensional rift? How would all these Elster units have had access to ships they could fly solo to the edge of the solar system when resources were so tightly controlled? Why are none of the units in the elevator white when that was a standard configuration? And finally, how could they have possibly recovered the Penrose Elster from deep space, let alone a different dimension? What I think is really going on here is that this is the same Elster unit, Elster 2, who ended up at Serpinski when the timelines blurred together. Each time she fails, the timeline gets recycled anew, and the signal is transferred again. The decommissioned Elster detail is still relevant because it reveals the important information that a replica unit's mind can be copied to another, which provides a precedent for this phenomenon with Elster 2 as well as Falk later on. This explanation also has nice symmetry with the fundamental tenet of the double dream theory. There are 2 dreams and 2 Elsters. Once Elster explores down to the Arar replica dorm, we see another cutscene in which Issa attempts to get into Falk's room but is stopped by Adler. Perhaps it comes as no surprise then that Elster's objective is to find Falk as well and, more importantly, open the owl box she holds close to her chest. On this level, Elster also comes across the first physical versions of the mysterious island painting, and I think it's about time to stop and talk about it in detail. The painting's official name is Isle of the Dead and was created by the Swiss painter Arnold Böcklin as a prime example of German symbolism. Of particular note is the fact that Boclean painted 5 versions of it beginning in 1880, each with significant differences. The 4th
Oh.
version appears in black and white since the original painting was lost in a bombing during World War II, and only a single black and white photograph of it remains. The painting is an evident metaphor for death, featuring tombs carved into the tall cliffs and a grove of cypress trees at the center. A lone oarsman ferries a white-shrouded figure to the island on a small boat, reminiscent of Charon transporting souls across the river Styx. And the reason it feels very familiar to Elster is because it is a visual manifestation of the promise that she is slowly but surely starting to remember. It is Ariane's Carcosa, her deepest desire that remains forever just beyond her reach, and the bedrock layer of her magpie signal. This is also why the painting has power. We read in the note Colibri in the management office that the replica in question was transmitting the image of the isle so strongly it caused nausea in those nearby, and Elster experiences this effect as well when Colibri units are encountered. Just as these replicas were designed to function as amplifiers for their commander's bioresonance, they now unwittingly serve this purpose for Ariane's signal. The set of Isle paintings also has a notable inverse. A number of years after his first version of Isle of the Dead, Boclean made another painting he called Isle of Life that depicts a vibrant green island abounding with life and beauty. This isle never appears on its own in Signalis, but can be seen briefly during several montage sequences, most notably the ones that play directly through Elster in the fake ending. It serves as a reminder that the bitterness of death would not exist without the joys and pleasures of life, however fleeting they may be. At length, Elster finds the owl tape in the Yule dorm, and when placed in the workshop radio transmitter, it begins to play the Swan theme from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake at frequency 210. Far from being arbitrary, it is strongly implied that this track from Tchaikovsky's ballet is in fact Falk's bioresonance signal responsible for the creation of the Sierpinski dream. For starters, tuning to this transmission on the radio is how Elster opens Falk's owl box, which is remarkably similar to the way she later obtains the star card from Ariane's magpie box on Rotfront using the magpie signal. You'll also notice that the workshop radio is identical to the one in Ariane's room, which broadcasts the aforementioned signal. And finally, the Starling incident referred to in Memorandum Lighting Malfunctions, in which a furious star unit destroyed the Yule's tape player, hints that the song has real power. The Yules are irresistibly drawn to it to the point that they will play nothing else, and the star has no qualms about breaking quarantine to put an end to this madness. Emphasis on that last word. There is also nice symmetry to this connection. 2 birds, 2 signals, 2 dreams. After opening the owl box, and several keys later, Elster gains access to the library and finds another copy of The King in Yellow on a bookcase, which hides the astronomical key to Adler's lockbox and the shrine diary within. In it we read of his longing for Falk following her illness, as well as his gradual realization that he is caught within a time loop and that things are not quite as they appear. The final page reads, "The answers lie below, I can feel it. Someone or something calls me from there, in the mine." And that is precisely where Elster, now armed with Adler's administrative key, goes next. She activates the mineshaft elevator and descends ever deeper, at which point Chapter 1 comes to a close. So, going back to the chapter title, what does synchronization mean in the context of what we've seen happen in this first
And
section?
is Capital
A
1...
simple definition proves instructive.
Is Capital 1 German? Let me see. Capital 1... German. So, yeah, it's German. How do you say number 1 in German? Eins... What? Capital Eins? I guess.
The term synchronization can refer to 2 different functions: causing a set of data to remain identical in more than one location, or the activity of 2 or more things at the same time or rate, and I think both of these functions apply here. Regarding the former function, we can refer to the book Bioresonance Technology and Its Limitations, which defines the related term synchronicity as the process of duplicating a neural pattern from a Gestalt host to a replica brain. In this case, we are witnessing the duplication of Elster 1's neural pattern to Elster 2's brain, in the process gradually becoming synchronized. Regarding the latter function, Elster's journey is gradually being synchronized with Issa's. You'll notice that both of Ariane's interludes, the radio outpost and the train, give Elster exactly what she needs to move forward to keep up with Issa's path. Just as Ariadne guided Theseus through the labyrinth with golden thread, Ariane helps guide Elster through her labyrinthian dream with a golden key. The third interlude is unique in that it takes place from the perspective of Issa herself, and at the end we see parallel shots of Ariane and Elster that show they are finally in sync. This is a pretty significant point that I'll revisit later in much more detail, but for now, let's proceed on to Chapter 2. In a general sense, liminality refers to the transitional phase in a rite of passage in which the participant stands at, or on both sides of, a boundary or threshold. The term is quite fitting in this context because this is precisely the point Elster is at on her journey. She is now midway between her original self, Elster 2, and Ariane's Elster, or Elster 1, her identity in a state of flux. The chapter starts with Issa, who has been hunted by Adler through the depths of Sierpinski and is now cornered at the mining pit. He tells her this has already happened countless times before, trapped as they are in the cycle. This time, however, Issa gets the upper hand and stabs him through the eye, causing him to fall into the pit.
Nice.
We return to Elster, still descending into the mine. After making her way through its many dark passages, she slides down a massive sealed shaft leading to the mining site where she finds the great pit and jumps in. A red countdown appears, and Elster suddenly finds herself on a strange beach with dark skies and a distinct rock formation in the distance. This setting is, in fact, another painting, The Shore of Oblivion by Eugen Bracht. Just as Boclin did with Isle of the Dead, Bracht painted 8 different versions of the piece between 1889 and 1916, though only 2 remain preserved today. The works share another connection as well. German Emperor Wilhelm II received a copy of each and hung them next to each other, just as Falk does outside her bedroom. The theme of death is quite heavy in the painting, which depicts a desolate, rocky shoreline littered with skulls and a massive outcropping looking over a dark sea. Left to interpretation, the scene can be read as the last domain of life, one final respite before mortals are swallowed forever by the great sea of the dead. This idea is echoed by the final note found in this section, which reads, "It calls me in a sea of flesh. We will become one, but I can never go back to being me." The other notes littered across the shore consist of excerpts from Casilda's song in The King in Yellow Act 1, Scene 2, which serve as a description of the mysterious realm of Carcosa. The King in Yellow itself can be found in a hole in the rock, though cannot be obtained since it is just out of reach. After enough time elapses in this section, the countdown reaches 0 and Elster falls into the nowhere. Of the 3 major areas in Signalis, this one is the most perplexing, and it's initially difficult to determine where, when, or even what we're looking at. But a good place to start in coming to understand the nowhere is its strong theme, which is that of a nuclear waste repository. As nuclear power plants have become more common in the present day and age, so too has the highly radioactive waste they produce, and one of the primary methods for disposal is to seal it away deep underground in dense repositories. This is quite effective, but comes with one major drawback. Nuclear radiation persists at dangerous levels for many thousands of years, which means if any of these sites were to be dug up by an unsuspecting future civilization, they would be exposed to the toxic material. To raise awareness of this issue and provide guidance to nuclear waste facilities, Sandia National Laboratories released a report in 1993 that issued recommendations for future-proofing these sites. One section of particular note laid out a warning message template with varying levels of complexity that could be used.
He's done
If
so
this
much
looks
research.
Familiar, it's because this is the exact same message found on an early door in the nowhere. Another method of
Wait, let me see. This place is a message and part of a system of messages. Pay attention to it. Let me see. Oh, it's not exactly. Nothing is valued here. Wait. So it starts here. This place is not a place of honor. No highly esteemed deed is commemorated here. Nothing valued is here. What is here was dangerous and repulsive to us. This message is a warning about danger. The danger is in a particular location. It increases towards a center. The center of danger is here, of a particular size and shape and below us. That's the nuclear waste warning. So the ship was under a nuclear waste, and that's how they turned into those monsters? I might be lost. I might have gotten lost in his explanations for that part, or if he's getting to that part. Not exactly. Okay. We'll see then. The center of danger is here, of a particular size and shape and below us. And it was... The danger is to the body and it can kill. The form of the danger is an emanation of energy. The danger is unleashed only if you substantially disturb this place physically. This place is best shunned and left uninhabited. That got amplified. Wait, she's suffering some kind of cancer. Oh, whoa. I think this part, it's about Ariane. Like she's suffering some kind of cancer that got amplified by radiation. Oh, and so from it being her dream, I guess, that we're exploring in, well, halfway her dream, I guess, is the cancer the thing that's turning the replicas in the dream into those monsters?
Could be used. If this looks familiar, it's because this is the exact same message found on the early door in the nowhere. Another method of warning proposed by the Sandia report was the use of hostile architecture that would convey the poisoned nature of the land, and one of the more striking design suggestions was the spike field, a series of massive spikes protruding from the ground at odd angles. The theme runs deeper than even these connections, however. Prior to the Sandia report, a German poll conducted in the 1980s gathered ideas regarding the preservation of knowledge about nuclear waste sites into the far future, the first of which became known as the Atomic Priesthood. This small, pseudo-religious organization would be responsible for creating rituals and myths regarding the locations and dangers of nuclear waste sites, as well as...
My personal side of this is that all the replicas are suffering a ulcerification by Ariane.
Indicating the consequences of trespassing. Other ideas included the following: biologically encoding warnings into the DNA of certain flowers, which would be planted near repositories, launching satellites that would transmit the data from orbit indefinitely, breeding a special type of cat that would significantly change color when exposed to radiation, constructing such durable storage locations that only an advanced generation could penetrate them through excavation or drilling, in which case they would also likely be able to detect the radiation levels. And finally, installing warning signs in a concentric ring around the repository in the most important global languages. As these languages evolved over time, new signs would be added in wider rings translating the older signs. This concept of using multiple languages to convey the same information is one that forms the fundamental structure of Signalis. The game incorporates a rich blend of English, German, and Chinese, all important global languages, into its storytelling, but you'll notice that the different languages are mostly used to reinforce each other or the current scene rather than communicate brand new information. This is fully intentional because their purpose is not just to tell a story, but to communicate a warning to all receivers of the signal regarding the danger deep within Sierpinski that can be understood regardless of what language they speak. As I alluded to earlier in the video with this graphic, the nowhere exists in the space where Ariane and Falk's dreams overlap, and represents a distant possible future of Sierpinski in which the cycle is never broken and the facility has degraded so far as to be nearly unrecognizable. In response to this, the government of Yusan attempted to seal off the entire site, or perhaps even the whole planet, marking it as they would a nuclear waste repository. And where is the primary warning placed? At the very center of it all, marking the dreamer, or at least her shadow. The room is immediately recognizable as a parallel of Falk's, with a central bed and chair off to the left side, though you'll notice the shadow of a slow-moving ceiling fan that was not present earlier. This, along with the fact that only a smoky imprint remains in the bed, may raise some doubts as to the identity of this room. However, there is strong evidence that this is indeed Falk's room in the far future, we simply have to look elsewhere. During Elster's confrontation with Falk at the end of the game, one phase reveals her room with the bed, chairs, end tables, and also a ceiling fan.
And
This is a clear transitional shot.
The unique replica that can deal with it is Falk. The other are incompatible. Oh, okay. You didn't notice this? Yeah, I didn't notice that. Like, I noticed this was like a callback to this, but I didn't notice the fan and this being the future.
That bridges together the core. We simply have to look elsewhere. During Elster's confrontation with Falk at the end of the game, one phase reveals her room with the bed, chairs, end tables, and also a ceiling fan. This is a clear transitional shot that bridges together the corresponding chambers in Sierpinski and the Nowhere, and the loss of detail is a sign of reality turning into noise under the weight of the relentless cycle, represented by the endless cyclical motion of the fan.
Another important detail is that Falk's theme is the music track playing in this room, which also happens to be Ariane's theme played backwards. Whoa. Played backwards, because you see it going two different ways. Whoa. These two people, the way they put so much thought into this game is crazy. I know they have like other teams surrounding it and everything, but like this being written by two people and having this much thrown in is just crazy.
While it may seem odd for only a vague imprint to remain of Falk when she is a replica, and only humans are seen to disintegrate in this way, I want to emphasize that this is not the actual future. It is but a hazy, incongruous possible outcome that doesn't yet exist. It is nowhere.
Okay.
On that note, let's return to the sealed door blocking access to this chamber.
It continues surprising me.
I stated earlier that the warning placed on the door exactly matched that of the Sandia report, but there is in fact one key addition, and that is the final line stating, "When blank within is killed, a path will open here." This refers to the cage monster Issa encounters that is labeled as a Nue, or Japanese chimera, a creature composed of several animals fused together and known in folklore to be a harbinger of sickness and bad luck. Not a moment too soon, Elster drops down into the chimera flesh pit and, working together, she and Issa are able to defeat the monster. Unfortunately, Issa is knocked unconscious by her rifle's recoil and is carried by Elster into the next room, where she remains until Elster is able to awaken her by using the small bottle of ammonia as an inhalant. This encounter draws attention to another core aspect of the Nowhere: flesh. Early on in Signalis, it appears as though the flesh might be an ancient eldritch creature with a mind of its own, but as the story progresses it becomes increasingly evident that it is actually a representation of Ariane's cancer. In a later cutscene with Adler, he refers to the world as being torn apart and put back together by someone who doesn't understand how it works, and that's exactly what cancer cells do. They disrupt and hijack the human body's normal functions and use them to grow malignant cells that no longer resemble the original body at all. And the fact that we see flesh growing directly in Ariane's cryogenic pod in the fake ending implies that this is the point of origin. Additionally, we learned that one of the Sierpinski workers was...
Wait. Okay, so could I have gone back and play this ending? Because I know in the ending that I think I got a second ending. I played through to get a second ending. And I thought I need to continue. I died by her bedside. So could I have gone back again as this Elster? And this is one This one is the fake ending? Where I get the armor? Is that when I go back? Or do I have to do something else and able to get the armor?
Is that this is the point of origin. Additionally, we learned that one of the Sierpinski workers was in possession of hydroxycarbamide pills, which are a specific type of chemotherapy drug used for treating radiation-induced leukemia. Elster's main goal in the Nowhere, similarly to level 3 of Sierpinski, is finding 6 plates to open a mysterious door. The plates of knowledge, balance, sacrifice, flesh, love, and of course eternity. As she collects these plates and encounters the dangerous, twisted replicas within the Nowhere's confined spaces, the screen will occasionally glitch, much as it has in earlier parts of the game. But something is different about the phenomenon here. Rather than simply scrambling the current video signal, the glitches reveal an entirely different scene, which is actually Elster's earlier confrontation with the Nue monster. This occurs at all points of the Nowhere, as if to show that that moment is frozen in time, and may be an additional clue regarding the true nature of the area.
Whoa.
Going out on a limb here, it is possible that most of the Nowhere sequence takes place within Elster's mind during her fight with the Nue, and only by combining all 6 plates, all 6 aspects within herself, is she able to defeat it. The final line on the upper sealed door reads, "When blank within is killed, a path will open here," and that door provides access to the dreamer's shadow. In a similar way, slotting in every plate on the lower sealed door allows access to the emptiness where the dreamer Ariane herself lies. But before Elster can reach her, she must climb back up the deep hole she first descended in the prologue, now appearing in its raw form, and encounter Adler at the gate. Notably, he makes no attempt to stop Elster from continuing on, which shows that he still doesn't totally understand the meaning of his looping existence or the significance of the gate that changed everything. Elster passes through this gate, and here we see the technical first ending that can be better described as a fake ending. There is a lot to unpack here. We first see the words, "At the end, the way home, I am waiting," followed by a view of the vast emptiness. Many fallen Elster units can be seen lying on the ground or propped against the angled beams. As Elster approaches, Ariane's focus turns to her, and we see Elster flash in different colors, green, yellow, and magenta. A subsequent shot of Ariane also shows this color splitting, which is quite easily explained. As Elster nears the source of the signal, it begins to break down around her, revealing its component layers of light waves. We then see an unfamiliar oil-painted landscape, which is in fact an extreme close-up of the work Wanderer Above the Sea Fog, painted by the German artist Caspar David Friedrich in 1818. The painting is considered one of the most representative works of the Romantic movement, and is widely interpreted to symbolize self-reflection. Ariane then inquires who Elster is looking for, which may seem like an odd question, but remember, Elster is still looking for Alina. And Ariane knows this, as she states, "I've been waiting, Alina Sio." We then see a line with multiple versions of Ariane, though only the very last one, clearly Alina, turns around. But that's not who Ariane herself has been waiting for. She has been waiting for you. She calls Elster's name, and multiple versions of Elster are shown turning in rhythm. 2 red, 1 white, 1 red and missing an arm, and 1 wearing an AVA suit. And why has she been waiting? For us. We see the line of Ariane's again, except this time all turn in perfect sync, and we get a better look at who they really are. Alina, Isaba without her signature braid, Ariane in uniform, and 2 versions of Ariane wearing white. But there is someone out of place here at the very front of each line, Falk. You can tell from her long hair, as well as the mark on her shoulder,
but one is
this
taller than the
unmistakably
other.
The replica commander. This once again reinforces the fact that she has become both Ariane and Elster, the dreamer and the seeker.
This is crazy. What the heck? Oh my gosh.
Following this, rapidly changing images of the 3 paintings appear, shrinking. As if in response, the screen glitches and Elster is physically hurt. Falk appears with Adler at the gate, just as Elster did earlier. A white square turns blood red, echoing the prologue's monitor screen. The enigmatic symbol appears. Elster's Lilith memories flood through her in a rapid montage, and Elster slowly, deliberately touches the penrose, which is followed by the words, "Remember our promise." She climbs up the ship's hull, and the words, "Wake up," appear. Then, for the third time in this sequence, we see the Isle paintings flashing through her directly as Elster attempts to open the entrance hatch. This is an important association that goes back to the nature of the Isle as a representation of death. Since Ariane is unable to bring herself to the Isle, Elster must instead bring it to her. She acts as an agent of death in her fulfillment of the promise. However, I think there's another layer to this as well. As a substitution for Carcosa, the Isle of the Dead also represents Ariane's deepest desire, or rather desires, plural. She longs not only for the sweet release of death, but the sweet embrace of her love, Elster, as well, two conflicting desires that can never be reconciled. Unless, of course, the great Song of Reality could be persuaded to play another melody altogether.
Wait. Okay. How do I get that ending with them right here?
It could be persuaded to play another melody altogether.
Is this an ending? Okay. The reason why I think I got two endings is because when we, I guess, went into the ship and it just became like anew, and we went to go see Ariane and we danced with her and then we sat down. I think by the end of that, it showed like the end credits and said like the end or whatever. But then something happened and I had to go back, or like it seemed like it gave me the need, like you have to go back, and then I went back, and that's when I got the ending with the actual credits. This is the secret ending called Artifact or Lily. I feel like secret endings are gonna take like so long, or you have to be like really, what is it? You have to like look at every nook and cranny of the game or something to get that. I want this though. When they're just
Song of Reality could be persuaded to play another melody altogether.
I just want them to be like this, just together. Okay, is the ending that I got one that people usually get? That's like the standard ending. Or is it the one where it just ended with their life being good or whatever, and I just didn't have to continue from there? Where I just died with that memory of us being together. The part when you dance with Ariane is just after finish the fake ending. To get Artifact Lily ending, you need to play a NG+. What is that?
Together. But here Elster fails. Her arm breaks, she falls to the ground, and her eyes go dark. But not before one final appeal to wake up. On a basic level at least, it's clear what's happening in this sequence. Elster fails because she hasn't remembered the promise. She is still compromised by her search for Alina as a result of her destabilized Lilith memories, and
you need to play a new game. Another run on the same profile? So when I go on it, I have to press start anew, or do I go to another save file? And so I would have to play through the game again, and then I would get that ending. Hey John. On the same profile you finish the game, just tap on new game. Not exactly. You need to follow a few extra steps. Okay, so picking 3 keys on specific places. So they're giving me a new puzzle and talking with you to fight and taking with you to fight Falk, leaving you only with 3 slots to defeat her. Should I do this? So how much more of playtime is that? It's really hard to get. How much more? Okay, so when I start a new game, what position am I in? Am I like, is it like everything is new? Since you need to get it in a specific time, and with the limit of death, almost death. Like, you can miss some of that. Darn it.
Thus hasn't truly woken up. When you start the game again after the credits, things appear almost exactly as they did at the beginning.
Oh, you still can't get it? Dang.
This time the Penrose is functional and still on course. Having just awoken from the calibration pod, Elster goes through her regular maintenance check, in the process finding the unopened Elster Known Issues document as well as Ariane's painting of the Shore of Oblivion. Following her completion of the list, she reports to Ariane herself, and we witness what is undoubtedly the happiest scene in the entire game. The two embrace, reunited once more, and we learn from Ariane that this is their 3000th cycle anniversary, over 8 years on the Penrose. With the updated mission parameters still en route, they begin to dance, blissfully unaware of the bad news awaiting them. We then transition to subsequent shots of the two asleep together, the second of which must take place significantly later since Ariane's hair is much longer. Also, if you've been wondering about the mark on her left arm, it appears to be the mark of a Penrose Scout officer since the same lines can be seen on the ship itself. Finally, we close in on the ship's control panel and witness the origin of the signal. Based on Falk's statement in A Red Dream that official Penrose broadcasts began with a song, it seems as though this is the very transmission the two were waiting for, in which they learned their...
You can try, but I does suggest you to follow a guide to complete it and not saving the run so many times. That's Ariane's voice?
Based on Falk's statement in A Red Dream that official Penrose broadcasts began with a song...
That's her message? Oh.
It seems as though this is the very transmission the two were waiting for, in which they learned their mission was effectively over. The news was surely devastating for both Ariane and Elster, forever burned into their minds, and this emotional trauma is quite possibly the reason Ariane's signal later takes its form.
I can't believe we heard Ariane's voice. That's crazy.
Also a certain irony in the fact that the dooming transmission sent by...
And in my mind, when I hear that message, I don't know why, but I feel like it's one of the writers, one of the voices, like the voice of one of the writers saying that.
Sawn into the void returns to herald the doom of the Sierpinski facility. But wait, doesn't this contradict what I said earlier about the Magpie signal being received and decrypted by Iris back on Rotfront? Well, maybe, but it's complicated. Aside from the possibility that its usage simply changed over time...
That's one of the few human sounds of the game. I always thought it was like an automated message. There's also a girl crying on the mines. Oh, jeez.
We must remember that the signal is that of a shortwave numbers station, which are normally used to communicate with spies in enemy countries. Why would a signal like this be used to transmit into deep space? And why would a Penrose transmission need to be encrypted in the first place? This raises some doubts regarding the prior explanation and may indicate other factors at play. Alternatively, perhaps the signal showing up on the control panel simply represents Ariane's bioresonance being amplified and transmitted by the Penrose vessel. And the time jump established in the first cut between Ariane and Elster could imply the third shot occurs much later as well, when Elster died and Ariane began to dream. Either way, the magpie signal is definitely Ariane's dream signal, which is the most important point here. Following this memory sequence, we return to Elster, still lying on the ground, and an apparition of Ariane appears, first smooth and then bandaged, possibly a representation of Elster's memory of her becoming more accurate, remembering her as she is rather than as she was. Once again, the question is posed: do you remember our promise? Elster's eyes open and she crawls back up to the Penrose, in the snow, Rotfront again. Elster drops into the ship, but it's important to note that she doesn't use the hatch she tried earlier. Rather, she drops directly into Ariane's room through what must have been a breach in the ship's hull, an unsanctioned entrance. The ship is in its crashed state here, and Elster enters the cryogenic chamber to discover a fleshy mass inhabiting the pod, with a dead Elster in white off to the side.
Oh wait, I did do
The
this,
screen
and
then
then I took
flashes
the
you
arm.
and I merging into we in what is, I believe, our strongest clue as to what the promise actually was. You'll notice it is often referred to as our promise rather than simply the promise, and this shows it was certainly not a one-way thing. Elster did not just promise to kill Ariane to end her suffering. Rather, they promised to end it together, each making an oath: I won't leave you behind. Upon remembering this, Elster is more determined than ever to press on no matter the cost, and proceeds to take the arm and chest plate from the dead unit and don
Now
them
I
herself.
got it.
And from here, all that's left for her to do is, once again, jump into a massive pit of flesh.
And
The
die.
next shore sequence occurs, this time directing
By her
right
side
instead
again.
of left across the beach, and once again the king in yellow is visible, floating a ways off in the water. Instead of simply timing out as the first sequence did, this section ends when Elster boards the small boat grounded on the shore.
It's incredible what a woman can do for another woman, you know? Exactly. The way women will go so many lengths for another woman is crazy.
A red lantern hanging from its bow. This is, in fact, the second time
Worth
we've
it,
seen
though.
it. The first was back on level 6 of Sierpinski, where the vessel had been constructed by Ara replicas within their dorm room. It's a small detail, but shows that the alluring pull of the isle and perhaps even this shoreline experience was shared by all at Sierpinski. As the boat shoves off, a single star falls into the sea and the chapter ends. The imagery of the falling star
Same,
shows
Mimi.
up multiple times in Signalis, and to understand its significance we must turn to the Book of Revelation, from which many passages are drawn throughout the course of the game. Revelation chapter 9 verses
Wait,
1 through 6
really? There's lines from the Book of Revelations in this?
are drawn throughout the course of the game. Revelation chapter 9 verses 1 through 6 reads, "The fifth angel blew his trumpet, and I saw a star that had fallen from heaven to earth. The key to the shaft of the abyss was given to him. He opened the shaft of the abyss, and smoke came up out of the shaft like smoke from a great furnace, so that the sun and the air were darkened by the smoke from the shaft. Following this, a plague of venomous locusts emerged from the smoke, having power to torment those who do not have God's seal on their foreheads, and so great would be their pain that in those days people will seek death and will not find it." To overgeneralize just a bit, the star is Abaddon, or the devil, the abyss is hell, and the key is the authority to open its wide maw to the world. The connections here are apparent. The large hole Elster comes upon in the prologue is the shaft of the abyss, and she herself is the falling star given the key. For surely the Penrose must have shone like a star as it fell into this
Lesbian.
adjacent reality. And the keyhole on the management office's Isle of the Dead is located directly on the boat's shrouded figure, whom Elster has just become on the shore of Oblivion. While in the original passage Abaddon is opening the shaft so hell may emerge from it, this is subverted as Elster opens the shaft so she can descend into hell herself. But what meaning does Elster see in the falling star? A similar object appears in Lilith's memories, almost certainly a bomb or rocket as evidenced by the other one's present and Venetta's status as a war-torn world. This is further supported by the descriptions associated with the Key of Sacrifice, which are themselves a restructuring of Revelation chapter 8 verses 7, 9, and 12.
Whoa.
On the horizon I saw a star fall into the sea, and the sound of thunder, like trumpets of angels, flew over the water. A mix of hail, fire, and blood hit my wet face, and a third of all
Of the
creatures
artifact
that lived in the sea
ending?
died. This may be how Elster sees herself, as an object of destruction, one with a promise to destroy something beautiful.
Whoa.
The word Gestaltzerfall literally translates to shape decomposition. It is a type of visual agnosia or brain disorder in which complex shapes begin to break down into their smaller components the longer you look at them. Similarly, if a person reads or hears the same words over and over again, they eventually cease to have any meaning, and this is the exact phenomenon we see at the beginning of the chapter. Elster finds herself back at Sierpinski, though it's in much worse shape than before with the flesh growing rampant. She once again retrieves the key from classroom 4B, and on the chalkboard are the words, "You've been here before," clearly a reference to the poster found in the staff room earlier in the game, which states, "If you didn't write it down, it never happened." So by implication, the fact that this was written down means that it did really happen, and it has happened so many times that the world is falling apart around her, ceasing to have the meaning it once did.
Well, one of those. No. This games also have Japanese meaning, since that's not the definition of that kanji in Chinese, by the way. And the no hiragana. Oh. So it's like German, Chinese, and Japanese?
There is
She, death only Japanese. Okay.
another secondary definition of the term Gestaltzerfall, which does not directly apply here, but is worth bringing up since it is highly relevant to the story as a whole. It can be described as a phenomenon where the output signals from the brain go beyond their expected range. This is what Signalis is all about, a bioresonant brain output signal that traverses the vast emptiness of space to affect places and realities that should have been out of reach. Elster makes her way to the upper classroom just as before, but this time the hole in the floor is a massive, fleshy pit, and upon jumping in we get a short sequence with Adler. He approaches and kisses the dreaming Falk in her room, musing over the destructive nature of the cycle. The words, "I have become whole again," and "I hate everything," appear, and while it's difficult to say who exactly is speaking here, I think it very well may be Adler himself. Becoming whole means he has finally reconciled with the dream and embraced it, as indicated by the pervasive red light in this scene.
She, cute, yes, in Spanish. Can tell this since I learned Japanese till N4. What's N4? Is that grade 4? Or year 4? I don't know. John también hablas español. También means also, right? Chi means cute in Spanish. I thought it was like what was it? It's not hermosa, that's like beautiful. It was something.
And the way his replica shell plating vanishes to reveal the flesh underneath. He also states, "I wear no mask," a line pulled from The King in Yellow, spoken by the unnamed stranger. I explained earlier in the video that
Oh, in a cute way. Oh. Okay, I see.
Ariane's dream can be thought of as a grand performance, with each character given a role to play, and Adler's decision here to remove his mask, his recognizable faceplate, signifies that he has broken out of his role in the story. He is now fully aware of the loop and begins trying to stop it in earnest, which no one else does. Though not shown here, we know that he makes his way back to the gate, and there he waits. But before the sequence ends, we are shown one more image, Issa looking in a mirror, now missing her right eye. As a refresher, we last saw Issa in the Nowhere, with both her eyes intact, so it's clear that something has happened off-screen here. Did Adler catch up with Issa and take her eye as he tried to do at the mining pit? Could that perhaps be another reason he considers himself whole again? Or is this a new Issa from a new cycle? Regardless, her appearance here is an interesting detail, especially considering what happens in the final area, Rotfront. This is where Elster finds herself following the previous sequence, alone in a ruined atrium of Sector C. In stark contrast to Sierpinski, which felt mostly grounded in reality, Rotfront is very abstract and surreal.
I personally prefer chi before she, since it sounds more childish. Monday, work. Yeah, work is tomorrow, sadly.
Appearing far more dreamlike. The subway train is still running despite the complete absence of any humans. Ariane's teeth are found on the table in the guest station. The butterfly safe is originally set to Elster when you first find it, as though waiting for you. And when Elster takes damage, the screen will off.
Hold, my little sister's calling me really quick. I'm going to continue a little bit. Okay, there's an ad break coming, so I'll be right back. BRB. Monday in Japanese means problem? Really? Because Monday is a problem. Okay. Oh man, I'm getting sleepy. Hello, we should be back. Come on, eyeballs. Stay awaketh. Welcome back, thank you. We're gonna get this. We're almost there. It's just I'm just tired. But this video is really, really interesting. And I'm actually starting to get the game a good bit and find out a lot more. We have empanadas, asado, milanesas, alfajores, and dulce de leche. Or dulce de leche? Hopefully I'm saying this stuff right. I do know that taco Or taco in Japanese is like taco, or you know, like octopus. Is it okay? Dolce de okay, do de leche. Okay, we're getting into different stuff. You're confusing me, John.
Often glitch to show multiple rooms all tangled together. What does seem to be real, however, is the plethora of information lying around regarding Sector C, Ariane, and the E2s, and this seems to be the main purpose of the area. For Elster to learn more about Ariane's past in order to alter the course of her future, and one of the best examples of this is her discovery of the original photo of Alina in the Yong photo store. Finally, the true form of this photo is revealed along with the significance of the number 512 that has been prevalent throughout the whole game. Lilith belonged to Unit 12 of the 5th Venedan Infantry Division, 512. Taking this into consideration, I don't think that the original Elster unit from Ariane's voyage is technically Unit 512 at all. Rather, any Elster unit that becomes destabilized and experiences a resurfacing of their Gestalt memories reverts to this number, mistaking it for their identity, and this happens to both Elster units.
It's okay, Mimi. I just got confused a little bit. It's okay.
Units in Signalis. Extending this line of thought a bit further, it stands to reason that the numerous other occurrences of the number 512, such as on the Penrose, are likely inaccurate as well and are only perceived as such by Elster's degraded persona. But back to the photo. Despite this being the second iteration of the photo seen in-game, I think this is actually the original. The photo always was Alina. Ariane kept a copy for herself and had brought it with her on the mission as a token. Elster sees two different versions of the photo as a result of her destabilized persona. To her, Alina and Ariane were one and the same. In terms of gameplay, the overall design of Rotfront is similar to the previous areas in that Elster must collect 6 different keys of sorts, in this case tarot cards, that enable her to complete the planetary mural. The tower card is found in the guest station with the teeth, the sun card is—
Wait, there's merch for this game? In the official merch, you can get that photo with the lenticular effect. Oh, that's cool.
is found in the P.O. box with the spy's note. The lover's card is found embedded in a painting of the Isle. The moon card is found in the butterfly safe. The star card is found in the magpie
Not
box
so many.
in Ariane's hospital room. And the death card is found by the photos of Issa and Erica in the E2's bookshop. Immediately prior to this last one, however, is Elster's final encounter with Issa.
Gets more attention
Standing
someday.
alone in the bookshop, Issa states, "I couldn't find her. I've looked everywhere, but she's not here anymore. I can't go on. I'm sorry." Following this, she notices Elster and reaches out for her.
Wait, hold on.
Final encounter with Issa. Standing alone in the bookshop, Issa states, "I couldn't find her. I've looked everywhere, but she's not here anymore. I can't go on. I'm sorry." Following this, she notices
Who was Issa trying to look for? Her sister?
Elster and reaches out for her, but promptly melts into flesh that oozes onto the floor. We then see the words, "Forgive me." This is a startling, abrupt end to one of our main characters and begs the question, why?
Oh.
What was Issa's purpose in this story at all? Let's start with the basics. If there was still any doubt at this point whether Issa was real or not, the matter is resolved by the photos of Issa and Erica that are marked with black lines, which indicate that the subjects are dead and probably have been for some time. It is possible they were executed in the aftermath of the spy plot due to the E2 bookstore's mildly anti-revolutionary tendencies, which may have drawn the attention of the authorities, but there isn't enough evidence to push this beyond the realm of speculation. Regardless, the Issa we encounter on Elster's journey is Ariane's memory of her from the time they were both in school and wearing the white and green school uniforms. But it goes deeper than that, for Issa is also Ariane herself. Way back in Chapter 1, when Elster gains access to the elevator on Level 2, you actually have the option to ride it back up to Level 1 before it gets stuck on Level 3, and doing so leads to an extra conversation with Issa.
Really?
In addition to learning the important information that Erica is Issa's sister, if you pay close attention to her dialogue here, you'll notice that her words are eerily similar to Ariane's. She makes the comment, "Have you ever wondered if you're speaking to someone for the last time without knowing? I wish I could go back so I could say something else." This is very close to something Ariane writes in one of her last notes around Cycle 5000. Every time I go to sleep, I wonder if I'll wake up again. I'm scared that it'll be the last time I said goodnight to her. Did I say it right? Will she be okay? What if one of us just won't wake up tomorrow?
Whoa.
Such parallels continue to appear in the following chapters as well.
I wonder
After
why they
waking
got
Issa
that
in the nowhere
conclusion.
following the Niue confrontation, she remarks, "The air in this place feels thick, like you could bite it. It's like there's this fog inside my head." Ariane wrote nearly this exact same thing in a note at cycle 1840. "It's like there's this fog inside my head. I want to breathe fresh air." When Elster makes it back to the Penrose for the first time, she finds a note from Ariane detailing how she had lost another tooth. "There was so much blood, my hands were shaking," and we get a glimpse of this scene when Elster jumps through the broken meat grinder. Similarly, there is the brief shot of Issa looking into a mirror, her bloodied hand shaking. But perhaps the strongest evidence for Issa's identity as a manifestation of Ariane is that she shows up in the line of Ariane's seen earlier in the fake ending, and in this final bookstore encounter we get a profile shot that perfectly matches up with that of Ariane and Alina. I have two separate but potentially connected theories about Issa's purpose in Signalis. First, Issa is Ariane's desire and attempt to save herself. She makes this interesting remark in the aforementioned level 1 conversation. "You don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself now. I can't keep relying on others. That's why she left me, after all. I'm sure of that now." I don't think it's Erica she's talking about here. It's Elster. We know that Ariane's worst fear came true one day when Elster just wouldn't wake up, and it's feasible to consider that in her dreamy delirium, Ariane would try coming up with rationalizations for why Elster would have broken her promise. The apparent conclusion she came to was that she needed to solve her own problems, and her solution was to create a version of herself that manifested as one of the E2 sisters, someone who had rescued her in the past, who could travel through the dream instead of Elster in order to fulfill the promise by finding herself. Of course, this doesn't work, as Issa becomes lost and is unable to find the real Ariane before falling apart. Interestingly, the mark she leaves on the floor is very similar to others that we see throughout the game, including on the Shore of Oblivion and on the Penrose itself.
Yeah.
These could possibly indicate spots where Issa failed in previous cycles, and it's tragic to think that she could get so close while never being able to enter that last door.
Jeez.
My second theory goes back to the idea of synchronization that I covered at the end of Chapter 1. Issa is still a manifestation of Ariane's desire to save herself, but she does this indirectly by pacing Elster. In the world of professional track and field, there is a technique known simply as pacing, in which pacemakers run just ahead of an individual who is attempting to break a record. The goal of these participants is not to win the race, or sometimes to even finish at all, but rather to keep the star runner on track for the record, and they do this by holding an extremely fast pace for the first part of a race before dropping off. In a similar way, Issa helps to pace Elster through the first part of her journey by taking specific actions in specific places shortly before Elster does. These include crossing paths in the library and the EV lobby, trying to get into Falk's room, jumping into the mining pit, running into the Niue in the Nowhere, and finally, awaiting Elster's arrival to the bookshop. When viewed through this lens, we can interpret the sacrifice Issa makes in the prologue as a preemptive sacrifice of herself. Just as pacemakers sacrifice their own performance to aid another, Ariane is sacrificing her manifestation of Issa, fully aware that she will burn out and fail, relying on the hope that Elster will succeed where she cannot. As for Erica and why her face is always obscured,
this story is just crazy deep.
This is the simplest answer of all. Ariane didn't know the E2 twins well enough to tell them apart, only knowing one face, so only one can be properly represented in her dream. But why is Issa shown instead of Erica? To make sense of this detail, we must return to the library sequence. An easy explanation is that Ariane mistook Erica for Issa when she arrived, which is certainly plausible, but I think there's more to it than just that. Following this incident at the library, Issa could never forgive herself for not taking action, and she reveals that, at least for her, this moment of paralysis forever overshadowed her short friendship with Ariane. Now, I know this is extremely speculative, but my final thought about Issa that ties it all together is simply this. Issa's role in Signalis may be a chance at redemption for what happened in the library so long ago. Perhaps the cosmic scales were unbalanced by her inability to move past this moment of weakness, as well as by her
Bibliotech. Library.
untimely death. And when the great song of the gods miraculously granted her soul a second chance in the form of Ariane's reality-altering signal, she seized it. Issa may indeed be one of Ariane's projections, but why should that mean Issa herself is not in there somewhere? At the very end of things, even in death, Issa was willing to brave the darkest depths of Ariane's nightmares and finally make the sacrifice she had been unable to in life, ultimately enabling Elster to succeed in fulfilling the promise to rescue Ariane one more time. On that note, let's get back to Rotfront. When all 6 tarot cards have been acquired, the dial ring which had been caught in the skylight falls into the lobby due to the expanding flesh above. More interesting, however, is the dead Elster that appears to have fallen with it. We've seen plenty of such units by this point, like the ones in the Sierpinski elevator, but what's odd about this one is that it's still orange. If the cycle always repeated itself each time with the same events playing out the same way, we would expect this unit to be white, because Elster is unable to access Rotfront until she reaches the Penrose and retrieves the white armor. This shows that there are variations, or outliers, within the looping cycles in which things play out quite differently. After picking up the fallen dial and adjusting all of the mural rings to match the tarot cards, the wall symbol opens up to reveal a tunnel leading right back into Ariane's radio room from the prologue. This time, however, Elster recognizes everything in it, and the radio is actively transmitting. If you tune the radio module to 210, the magpie transmission can still be heard. This clearly shows that Ariane's signal has been steadily transmitting ever since it began in the prologue. And, just like in that sequence so long ago, the King in Yellow waits upon the desk. Having now appeared a total of 5 times along Elster's journey, the number of seals on the book has decreased until this point, when there are none left. Interacting with it reveals the last seal has been broken, and that it's time to go home. This is the last time the book is to be found in Signalis, and its significance has become apparent. Elster has been using the King in Yellow to gradually decode the magpie signal, a process represented by the seals, just as Ariane's mother Iris used the book to decode the original magpie signal, but now the message it carries is the promise. You can think of Elster's journey as one giant ritual, a synchronization of identity. With each additional seal broken, each new memory gained, she passes through liminality to emerge on the other side of the ritual threshold, an Elster reborn, now fully cognizant of her promise and poised to save the world and its creator from Gestaltzerfall. This door in the radio room represents that final threshold, and now that Elster is finally ready, she passes through and finds herself in Ariane's home in Sector C, the apartment of her Aunt Camilla. This all but confirms that the radio room is in fact Ariane's Rotfront bedroom, the spare room referred to in Camilla's letter. And just as the 7 seals in the Book of Revelation lead up to the end of the world, the 6 seals of the King in Yellow prefigure the Book of Revelation referred to in Camilla's letter. And just as the 7 seals in the Book of Revelation lead up to the end of the world, the 6 seals of the King in Yellow prefigure the end of both dream worlds in which so many have suffered. Elster's departure through the front door is literally the beginning of the end, and on the other side she finds a long, note-littered hallway that can only lead to one place, back to Falk. Elster has to escape the second dream in order to find Ariane in the first, and for this to happen she must deal with the dreamer. Elster finds Falk lying in her bed as before, though now she is awake. Her dialogue in this scene is quite interesting. After asking Elster, "Why did you return?" she explains, "There's nothing for you here. She'll never dance with us again, no matter what we do, and she doesn't even want us anymore." The reason for this is that neither Falk nor this Elster unit are the replica that Ariane fell in love with so long ago, but rather have had those replicas' memories forcefully implanted within them. Falk's bitterness and desperation is really quite understandable. What must it be like to be filled with such love and longing for a person who doesn't even know you exist, to be tortured by vivid memories of them that are not actually your own? As Falk's story now comes full circle, let us revisit her signal, Swan Lake, one more time and examine its significance in a new light. For those unfamiliar with the story of Tchaikovsky's famous ballet, I think a very brief synopsis is well worth our time. It all begins when Princess Odette decides to take a solitary walk down by the lake, where she is discovered by the evil Baron von Rothbart and transformed into a swan by day. Later, Prince Siegfried comes upon her while hunting and, after seeing her human form when she transforms back at night, falls in love with her. He learns that the only way to break the enchantment is to promise his love to her and remain faithful to that vow. He begins to do so, but the Baron appears and the ensuing confrontation takes up the last of the moonlight. That same day, Siegfried's mother the Queen throws a ball at which he is supposed to find his bride.
There was also a political meaning related to this song, by the way, too. I wonder if he's gonna mention that. If he doesn't, Russian dictatorship? Oh.
Rothbart's daughter Odile shows up, enchanted by Rothbart to look like Odette. Thinking it really is her, Siegfried mistakenly vows his love to Odile, after which Rothbart's trickery is revealed. Distraught, he returns to Odette, and, with no hopes of breaking the spell, she and Siegfried both drown themselves in the lake, and their spirits are freed to be together. While it should be acknowledged that the story has a great many variations, especially with regard to the ending, the parallels to Signalis remain consistent. Ariane can be seen as Odette, the white swan, trapped in a curse that has rendered the state of her body out of her control. Elster is Siegfried, seeking to break the curse and free her love at last. And Falk is Odile, the black swan.
They played it whenever something big happened in the government for hours in loop? Oh. In what time period? Like the 1930s, 20s or something? I don't know.
Caught between the motives of the prince and the princess, transformed with the identity of another,
Oh,
and ultimately
1990.
unwanted by the one whose love was vowed to her. Just as Siegfried must overcome his mistaken vow to Odile before he can be with Odette, so too Elster must defeat Falk before she can return to Ariane. After their brief exchange in Falk's room, the illusion crumbles to reveal the true fleshy state of the dream, and we see the phrase, "This god won't forgive you." It seems pretty clear that this is referring to Falk herself, who is revered as a god by other replicas and is quite literally the creator of this twisted world. She tells Elster, "Both of us, we are incomplete. Let us become whole again," and the battle begins. Along with being essential to escaping the second dream, this fight to the death may also be necessary because the original Elster's memories are split between the two replicas, creating dissonance. Only one individual can fulfill the promise. Upon her defeat, we see Falk phase back and forth, and another montage ensues in which we witness her memories. Elster and Ariane embracing in the starlight, just as in Falk's drawing, the Isle of the Dead, Falk motioning at Adler from the gate, Elster 512, and a promise character, but extremely dim. This shows Falk did know about the promise to some extent, but either did not fully understand it or was unwilling to go through with it, which explains why she never attempts to carry it out herself. These memories complement and complete those of Elster too, and, knowing this, Falk states, "Now we are one," and dies. And Ariane watches it happen. Elster once again meets Adler at the gate, but this time he's openly hostile, insisting that Elster's continuous return to the Penrose is the cause of this world's rapid degradation. For every time she fails, the world is recycled anew in a new loop in which things are twisted, added, removed. It's not entirely clear what Adler's plan is to stop this, however, since the cycle clearly repeats even if Elster dies before reaching the Penrose. Perhaps he believes that they can wait out the dream if they last long enough, or in his desperation he simply wishes to slow the destruction. Regardless, it's not hard to see where Adler is coming from. Not only has his world been corrupted and turned inside out, but his very god is being twisted and destroyed as well. And it is Elster's fault. She refuses to listen, and in an instant is stabbed in the eye and shoots Adler through his. This motif of losing an eye is one that has cropped up multiple times now. It happens to Adler twice, as well as to Issa and Elster, and the reason for this can be traced back to Lilith's memories. We see that she herself lost an eye in the Venetian War, her right one to be exact, and this pattern can be seen as Lilith's trauma resurfacing within Elster and spreading throughout the dream. Additionally, I think there's a symbolic aspect to this as well. Dreaming about the loss of one's eye isn't terribly uncommon, and while there are admittedly many ways to interpret this occurrence, one such interpretation is that it represents having lost an important person in your life and feeling lost or incomplete as a result. Notably, only the Seekers in Signalis are affected by this pattern, not the Dreamers, since they have all lost and are searching for someone very important to them. Alternatively, the loss of an eye can be seen as a reference to the Norse god Odin, who sacrificed an eye in order to obtain greater wisdom. In similar fashion, perhaps this pattern in Signalis represents the sacrifice necessary in order to obtain the truth. Adler, Issa, and Elster all must suffer and sacrifice to uncover the truth of their broken world. Anyways, undeterred by this traumatic setback, Elster presses on to the Penrose and with her stronger armor is finally able to open the main hatch and drop into the ship one last time. Here she observes the true state of the Penrose at the end of its voyage and finds Ariane's notes scattered about chronicling the harrowing last days before her cryosleep. But of course we have to ask the big question. Is this the real Penrose, or is Elster still within a dream? A detail of no small significance is that the all-seeing red eye present over the whole game is not visible in this section. Since the eye is symbolic of Ariane's gaze within the dream, this strongly implies that what we are seeing is in fact the real Penrose, or rather the Penrose as it exists in base reality.
Nice!
We can also see in the ship many items and situations that influenced parts of Ariane's dream.
Okay.
Trash piled in every corridor, blood-stained copies of the Isle of the Dead, blue and red medical canisters, the reactor room flooded with green liquid, and of course the body of Elster 1. Finally, Elster 2 comes face to face with the cryogenics chamber door, and it is here we get to the game's multiple endings.
Okay, now we're about to see the multiple endings.
Signalis has 4 distinct endings, all of which are equally valid as conclusions to the game, and it's even implied that all 4 occur at least once during Elster's journey.
Okay, so was the ending that I got the standard one? Like, that everyone gets when they first play? Because I always seem to get, like, different endings sometimes. What is the one people usually get at first try? What is one people usually get? Like, how did I mess that up?
The specific criteria needed to achieve each ending remains fairly ambiguous, and is related to the style in which you play the game, whether that be cowardly, balanced, or aggressive. This matters because, at its core, what sets each ending apart is Elster.
Okay, so he said... Oh wait, I'm muted.
And is related to the style in which you play the game, whether that be cowardly, balanced, or aggressive. This matters because, at its core, what sets each ending apart is Elster's self-realization, or the extent to which she is able to reconcile the innate Lilith inside her with the Elster she has become. In the Leave ending, Elster does not enter the cryogenics chamber at all, but instead is seen leaving the Penrose. Her last words are brief. "In the end, I had to leave you behind, but it's too much. Forgive me." She removes her blood-stained white chest plate, casting it on the ground behind her. The backdrop here is key. She is on Veneta. In this ending, her Lilith persona remains too strong, leaving Elster confused with regard to her true identity. Her idea of going home is not returning to Ariane, but leaving her behind to return to her home planet. It should come as no surprise that this is the cowardly ending, obtained by running away from enemies, frequently checking locked doors, and lingering within safe zones. As a side note, it is possible that the dead Elster unit, the cowardly ending, obtained by running away from enemies, frequently checking locked doors, and lingering within safe zones. As a side note, it is possible that the dead Elster units we see in the fake ending sequence are those who obtained this ending, and as they ceased to function, the cycle began anew. In the memory ending, Elster finds and awakens Ariane with a kiss, but Ariane no longer remembers her. While this is consistent with known side effects of radiation, which include significant memory loss when the brain is affected, I don't think that's the main factor at play here. Rather, the key detail is the appearance of the cryogenics chamber itself. The room is rendered in high detail, appearing much as it did in Elster's memory of the place. In this ending, her Elster persona is too strong, and the room's detail is representative of her brain carefully scanning everything in the room as if she was still going through her maintenance checklist. While she does remember the promise, she is not focused enough on Ariane to follow it through, and as such Ariane does not recognize her as the replica she fell in love with. The line, "I'm back, but you aren't you anymore," refers just as much to Elster as it does to Ariane, and Elster simply asks to lay by her side in her last moments. This is the balanced ending, which is obtained by taking moderate actions, killing enemies in your path, talking to other replicas encountered in the game, and avoiding damage when possible, and it is this Elster unit from whom the white armor is taken during the fake ending, perpetuating Chapter 3. In the promise ending, Elster finds and awakens Ariane in the cryopod as before, but this time Ariane remembers her. And importantly, the chamber is different. It is red and hazy.
Wait, is this the one that I got? I got this one.
Obscured, for nothing matters except what is found at the center of the room, Ariane. In this ending, Lilith and Elster are finally reconciled, equal. The replica who first fell in love with Ariane in the happy days of their voyage was not fully Elster nor fully the Gestalt Lilith, but someone in between. Someone who saw in Ariane not just the Alina she had loved in a life long ago, but the beautiful, strong individual whom she was right then. And it is this Elster who, back from the dead, fulfills the promise at last. This is the aggressive ending, which is obtained by killing as many enemies as possible, taking heavy damage, and dying repeatedly. It is the most difficult to achieve and
Yeah, I died a lot. No, well, not that much. Didn't I die like 24 times or something? But at least I was aggressive.
requires the most effort on Elster's part. There are at least two enemies as possible, taking heavy damage and dying repeatedly. It is the most difficult to achieve and requires the most effort on Elster's part. There are at least two...
With only one death? It must have been after playing it so much.
Two pieces of evidence that indicate the cycle is finally broken in this ending. First, as the light leaves Ariane's eyes, we see the red countdown finally reach 0, and shortly after this, the screen glitches violently, knocking Elster to the ground. This could be showing that the signal, now bereft of its origin, is beginning to fall apart along with the twisted reality that it created. The final secret ending, Artifact, is quite different from the others both in the process necessary to obtaining it and in the conclusion to Elster's journey that it depicts, which is easily the most cryptic of the four. Notably, it must be obtained through the use of SSTV signals. The acronym stands for Slow Scan Television and refers to the manner in which static images can be transmitted using a radio signal. There are 3 frequencies in Elster's radio module that, when fed through an
Okay, I need to go. Alright, John, take care and rest well.
SSTV decoder, result in the 3 following images. These can then be linked to their locations in the game, and when interacting with each zone while the corresponding frequency is playing on the radio, 3 keys can be obtained. The keys of love, eternity, and sacrifice, respectively. I want to point out here that the use of SSTV signals is a pretty important detail since it reinforces the fundamental premise that every location in the game is being generated or transformed by Ariane's bioresonance signal, which itself is passed through radio waves. Once all keys have been found, they can be used to open the locked safe found in Ariane's bedroom and reveal a lily flower waiting within. Picking it up triggers the ending, which begins with Revelation chapter 9 verse 6.
And in those days people shall seek for death and shall not find it.
And in those days people shall seek for death and shall not find it. We then see Elster placing the lily upon a short pillar before collapsing at its base, and the camera moves up to reveal a fallen Elster unit at the base of all 6. At the center, lying within a rectangular shape reminiscent of a bed or cryopod, is the artifact, a shimmering object resembling a tesseract. This is followed by Revelation chapter 10 verse 7. The mystery of this god is finished, as she announced to her servants the prophets. We see the crashed Penrose, a massive red eye in the sky, and the words "Remember
There's a folk kid in there? Is the folk maybe somewhere back here?
In a rectangular shape reminiscent of a bed
or is it this
cryopod
one?
Is the artifact.
Oh, you'll share it in general? Okay.
a shimmering object resembling a tesseract. This is followed by Revelation chapter 10 verse 7. The mystery of this God is finished, as she announced to her servants the prophets. We see the crashed Penrose, a massive red eye in the sky, and the words "Remember our promise" before a final shot of Elster and Ariane dancing within the broken ship. There is quite a bit of information to unpack in this short ending. As in the promise ending, the Elster and Lilith aspects of Elster 2 are fully reconciled in the artifact ending. The gravestone pillars and Lily are pulled directly from... As in the promise ending, the Elster and Lilith aspects of Elster 2 are fully reconciled in the artifact ending. The gravestone pillars and Lily are pulled directly from Lilith's memory for the purpose of perpetuating one of Elster's memories, and the result is a new ending that appears to break out of the loop in which the others take place. Elster never returns to the actual Penrose or fights Falk, and the sequence contradicts Falk's statement that she'll never dance with us again no matter what we do. But what does it all mean? Going back to the Ring of Elster units, we can see that each one is a different color. Since we know the Elster replica only comes in orange and white configurations, a reasonable conclusion is that each Elster is from a different timeline, one in which the color could be green, brown, or red. It's impossible to say how many realities were affected by Ariane's signal, but this shows it was far more than just her own. And at the center of them all is the artifact, the most ubiquitous yet elusive object in the entire game. If you weren't already aware, the strange symbol displayed on the main menu is simply a representation of the artifact.
Yeah.
Clearly, this object is key to understanding Signalis from beginning to end. In addition to its appearance here, the symbol can also be seen during the prologue when Issa makes a blood sacrifice, on the astrolabe connected to Adler's lockbox, on the tarot card table, beneath the planetary mural, on the locked safe, and on Falk, marking her vulnerable for a golden spear during the final fight. Furthermore, the symbol is alluded to in the pattern of 6 that runs throughout the game. Inventory items are limited by the rule of 6, which is conveniently represented by a cube, and 6 keys are needed to open the special access doors in Sierpinski and the Nowhere. And there are, of course, 6 tarot cards as well. But the pattern goes deeper. Repeatedly, we are shown that the 6 sides of the artifact correspond to the 6 inhabited worlds of the solar system, each of which is also represented by a specific shape. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that, on one level, the artifact represents base reality. It represents the Song of the Gods as it pertains to the whole solar system, to both the Empire and Nation of Yusan in the way in which they have chosen to leave an imprint on the melody of the universe. And for the Nation of Yusan, this involves one major act: sacrifice. The sacrifice of anything, anyone, any idea to further the cause of the revolution. And one such sacrifice was the young pilot Ariane, jettisoned on a suicide trip into the void as a glorious demonstration of the nation's power. If we assume the symbol represents reality, then Elster's interaction with it as a tangible object separate from herself shows that she has managed to slip beyond its boundaries, creating an outcome that shouldn't be possible. There are some interesting connections to be made regarding the artifact as it appears in this form. First, in Robert Chambers' story The Mask, the sculptor Boris develops a strange liquid solution that can transform any object into pure white marble with blue veins and a rosy light at its heart. After transforming a single lily flower, Boris and his attending friend Alec briefly muse over whether the plant has been destroyed or preserved, though without a verdict. It is possible that the light we see glistening within the artifact is Elster's final memory and wish, a dance with her lover that will last for eternity. And like Boris, we must ask ourselves, has this memory been destroyed or preserved? For its state has been fundamentally altered. This is not the same joyous but transitory scene that played out so long ago, but is rather an everlasting recreation of it, Elster and Ariane dancing as ghosts in a ruined ship. Also worthy of note while on the topic of the artifact is the presence of a strikingly similar object in Slavic folklore. As the legend goes, in the heart of Buyan, the island which vanishes and reappears with the ocean tide, there is a brilliant white object known as the Alatir. It is a living, magical stone located on the borderline between worlds and, if discovered, grants the finder happiness for all time. Additionally, the Alatir is considered to symbolize the center of the universe and the transition from one world to another. This idea neatly supports the previous explanation, as Elster has found her happiness in this object in the convergence of multiple realities. Speaking of transitioning between worlds, though, there is one final key to understanding the true nature of the artifact ending that also explains what exactly happens to Ariane. Near the very beginning of this video, I briefly mentioned the similarity between Signalis' description of the Song of the Gods and the concept of Tao in Taoist philosophy, and now I want to revisit this idea in greater detail, specifically looking at the connections between Taoist alchemy and cosmology.
Oh my
On
gosh.
the most fundamental level, Taoist cosmology is a system designed to explain the nature of the cosmos and its relationship with humanity, with the concept of the Tao at its center. As a refresher, the Tao can be understood as the unified essence of the universe that flows within all things and keeps the universe in balance. This form of cosmology is predominantly correlative, which means it is concerned less with how and why diverse phenomena occur and more concerned with defining the relationships present between such phenomena. The purpose for making these connections is to show how all things in their infinite diversity are in fact contained within the principle of unity and originate directly from the Tao. The system has two important sets of emblems, the Bagua, or 8 trigrams, and the Wu Xing, or 5 elements. Let's start with the Bagua. The 8 base trigrams represent 8 interrelated concepts that together constitute the fundamental principles of reality and are as follows: heaven, lake, fire, thunder, wind, water, mountain, and earth. Each trigram is composed of 3 lines, which can be either broken, representing yin, or solid, representing yang. These symbols are closely associated with and directly correspond to the 5 elements recognized in Wu Xing: water, fire, wood, earth, and metal, the latter 3 of which must each correspond to 2 trigrams as illustrated in this chart, so that the 5 can equal 8. And since both of these emblem sets are correlative, there are a huge number of associations for each one, including such things as numbers, directions,
Gee, this, like, the way he's like connecting these things is just insane. Like, I wouldn't have thought about this.
attributes,
But this is along with his theory, I guess.
animals, body parts, and so forth. This pattern of extended linear associations should be familiar since it forms the backbone of all of Signalis' major puzzles, which I touched on earlier in relation to the artifact itself, though the ones we see here are appropriately different from the Bagua or Wu Xing since they apply in a different reality from our own.
So yeah, this is similar to the signs that was showed in the in hold on, let me find it. Yeah, like these line patterns, and how it's similar. To up here.
Which I touched on earlier in relation to the artifact itself, though the ones we see here are appropriately different from the Bagua or Wu Xing since they apply in a different reality from our own. One good example of the trigrams being used in this pattern of associations is found on the Special Access Surgery door on Sierpinski Level 3, with 5 of them marking the slot for the corresponding elemental key. The selection of these particular 5 is quite interesting, however. The trigram corresponding to the Earth key is actually mountain, and the one corresponding to the water key is lake. When combined together, you can see that all of these 5 concepts loosely form the image of the Isle of the Dead, a detail I think is quite intentional since everything ties back to the promise. Trigrams next appear with significance during the fake ending, in which 3 show up briefly in unison. Wind, heaven, and lake, or 5, 1, and 2, clearly intended to evoke Lilith. So, obviously Taoist cosmology was intended to be an important part of Signalis, but why? What greater purpose do these myriad connections serve? To answer this, we must now transition to alchemy. The natural philosophy of Taoist alchemy has 2 branches, Huaidon, or external alchemy, and Neidon, or internal alchemy. External alchemy is all about transmuting physical substances from one form to another, and practitioners of Huaidon combined lead, mercury, and other metals together in an attempt to create the golden elixir, a substance believed to grant immortality. In contrast, internal alchemy was a later development that borrowed the language of Wydon and combined it with cosmology to create an entirely new school of thought focused on human beings
But
instead of
not
physical
with Chinese
substances.
theology.
The goal was still to create a golden elixir, but it now took the form of ultimate self-realization, elevating oneself to the original state of oneness embodied by the Tao. The means to achieving this involved tracing the process of creation backwards to its original cosmic emptiness, in which trigrams play a key role, as the combination of Qian and Kun, heaven and earth, are what ultimately produced the golden elixir. This process can be clearly seen in the way Signalis is structured, though it is notably distorted. The entire Sierpinski dream is a downward spiral in which reality is being unraveled into a state of emptiness, and the idea of becoming one haunts all individuals trapped within. Ariane is quite literally the gold key, a golden elixir in the making who finds herself trapped in the space between heaven and earth. The artifact ending shows us the culmination of all of these disparate elements. Finally shedding her cryogenic chrysalis, Ariane transcends her human state and joins with the Song of the Gods, manifesting as the Red Eye. The significance of Revelation chapter 10 verse 7 to the ending is that this outcome was actually seen and predicted before it happened. The prophets referred to in this passage are in fact Colibri units, local nodes for Ariane's signal.
Oh.
One of the transmissions seen when encountering Colibri in Rotfront reads, "Beyond the sun, in the dark behind the stars, I saw the face of God, a shape and color that words cannot describe. I saw the 6 sides of the world unfold, and the light swallowed me. I had become one with nothing, where life and death are meaningless." Considering how central these cosmological themes are to the whole of Signalis, along with the prominent symbolism of the artifact itself, it would be reasonable to assume that the artifact ending is the definitive one, were it not for one small detail. Just before the last scene, the words "Remember our promise" appear one final time. For all it accomplishes, for all the probabilities that it miraculously joins together, this outcome still leaves the promise unfulfilled, a fact of which Ariane is all too aware as she gazes down upon the eternal memory. While I still subscribe to the idea that all 4 endings canonically happen, I think it is intentionally left for the player to decide whether the promise or artifact ending is the best one. Which outcome do you think provides the most favorable resolution to Ariane's nightmare? Destruction or preservation?
Artifact?
Well, we finally made it, and I have just a few final thoughts. First off, thank you so much for watching, and if you're interested in seeing future videos like
Thank
this,
you.
please consider subscribing to the channel and leaving a comment.
Thank you, Indie Explorer, for your great insights on this. Yeah, baby, keep destroying the world. I don't mind. Let's dance again. Oh my gosh. I love that. But thank you so much, Indie Explorer, for explaining all of this. It cleared up a lot and made me like realize things that I didn't even know was like a part of the story. Like the underlying metaphors and different things like that. The way his mind like expanded and like caught all of that stuff is just crazy. It's a really good vision of the game, yeah.
Comment down below. Second, I want to reiterate something I said at the very beginning of the video, that my goal in making this breakdown was not to come up with a definitive explanation for Signalis, but rather to promote greater understanding of its remarkable story and shed some light on its most persistent mysteries. Whether or not you agree with my interpretation as presented here, I sincerely hope I've given you more to think about and a renewed desire to continue the search for meaning in this beautiful game.
This is a good one, yeah. It was extremely deep. Like, I like his analyzation of it.
For just as the Isle of the Dead and Shore of Oblivion paintings have multiple versions that are all treated as equally valid, diverse interpretations of Signalis are equally valid as well, even when contradictions arise.
I see what he's saying.
For Gestaltzerfall is par for the course. The longer you look at the entirety of Elster and Ariane's story, the more it seems to fall apart. The question is, what pattern do you see in the chaos? Finally, I'd like to end with a poem that I think beautifully articulates what Signalis is all about. Let the Red Dawn Surmise, written by Bliss Carman, the first half of which can be found in The King in Yellow. Let the red dawn surmise what we shall do when this blue starlight dies and all is through. If we have loved but well under the sun, let the last morrow tell what we have done.
Oh, that's awesome. What was the name of that poem? Let the red dawn surmise. Brava. Bravo. Brava. This game broke me. Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of Signalis videos I'm gonna be watching. I got the promise ending on my first playthrough and ended up on low health, which made my controller vibrate. Now I am not sure if it's intentional, but I got to watch the entire ending unfold with these rhythmic vibrations. When I saw the menu screen, the vibration stopped as if Elster was finally expired and her heart stopped beating in my hands. Oh no. Hearing that the promise ending is the hardest to get whilst I did it unconsciously proves that I'll do anything for a good ending. Saying that's me. Can we take a moment here to appreciate that this was made by just 2 people? Yep. I'm just liking all type of stuff. I'm gonna have to just watch this when I'm at work. But I really like Indie Explorer's analyzation of this. So yeah, bravo, brava, brav, everything. Okay, now I also wanted to look at this. Remember Signalis Fan Animation. I just want to see this quickly. I missed you, Elster. Miss you too. All right, Ariane. You'll cry? It's a trap? Surely I won't cry. How quickly we fell in love. Aww. Remember how often we distract each other? Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Sorry, that's crazy of me. Do you remember our promise? Wait. Please don't hate yourself. Kill me. Whatever happens, look for me. Wake up when we land. Till death do us part. Don't forget our love. Share your life with mine. Follow me to the end. Let this end. Dance with me again. Don't go before me. Stay with me. Let go. Take me on a date. It's time to wake up. Wake up. Can you remember for me? I remember everything. I love you, Ariane. I'll keep our promise. Those are just 3, starting with resolve. Don't try. Health. Don't try music video. Okay, I'll just have to look at that some other time. Salad 949. Health is an amazing artist. Is this them? Or is it on like Twitter? Oh, with the salad? Okay. What the heck? I'll wait. It'll be okay wherever it is. I'll be here for you. This is a side story of the replicas on the mines, all fan made, of course. Okay. I'll be there soon. Please just... Okay. What is all these? What? But what? I'm gonna have to look into the Signalis fandom. Okay. I still can't believe that's Ariane's voice. The red eye. Ouch. Yeah, and I never... Oh, I just clicked something over here. I never got to use... this gun. How could I have gotten that? Like, I was never able to get that gun. I only got the bullets for it. That's the 12mm. Yeah, I got so many bullets for it. You can miss it? Dang, man. Ice SETI. It's on the protector's floor. This ship born. Aww. As always. Whoa. Oh, dang. Wait. Whoa. was she like shot herself? We really can't go again? Probably not. Since it was Falk that was... that let us last time. And Sieben doesn't. Exactly where you get the 12mm gun. Because I remember seeing it in that like computer scanning thing where you turn a light on and off or whatever. That showed it and you can like turn it around and stuff. Jeez. Let's see this one. Let me snooze the ad break. Aww. She's so short. What's up? Oh, whoa. Oh, what the heck? And what the heck is this? Backrooms insanity found footage. Oh, that's crazy. Stalker. Okay, I'll have to add that. Okay. Tall woman, pretty. This is all we can see now. It was just a month ago. It looked awesome. Props to Salad. I sound so stupid saying it like that. But okay. Oh, wait. Thank y'all for sticking with me as we watched the Story Explained video. I know it was long, but we got a lot of information told, and I get stuff now more. So, and for the fan-made animations, I didn't even know that they did that. So that's awesome. But now it is time to rest and go to sleep, because we lost an hour of sleep because of daylight saving times. So now we gotta get to bed. Sorry if it was too long of a stream, but at least it was done. And I'm so happy that it was done. And to those who lurked or chatted or whatever, I'm thankful for. I'll be back Tuesday. And yeah, let me go to the ending. It was a pleasure. Thank you for sharing this with us. Thank y'all for being there with me, rather than lurking or watching VOD or whatever. It's all appreciated. And I just love playing games and being able to share stories with others when playing it. Time for the ending.
Ah, I didn't see you there. Don't be shy.
Finally got to
Make
get
yourself comfortable.
to be at the full stream.
Surprised?
Thanks,
I've been known to
Nathan.
tickle the ivories time to time. There's few things more entertaining than a good song, don't you think? I'm rather fond of this one. It's a little bit after my time, but it is such
What the
a
heck?
thoughtful melody. We'll meet again. Don't know where. Don't know where.
Yeah, Signalis.
But I know we'll meet again.
Take care,
Some
Nathan.
sunny day. Keep smiling through, just like you always do, till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. And I will just say hello to the folks that you know. Tell them you won't be long. They'll be happy to know that as I saw you go, you were singing this song. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day.
Sure.
We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when. sunny day. Until we meet again, my friend.
But I don't know if you heard me, but I said sure. But as always, rest well, sleep well. Until we meet again, good night. Time to go to sleep. I need to brush my teeth first because I always do that before I sleep. And then go to sleep. Alright. Good night. Bye bye. Till next time. Till next time. Bye bye. Bye. Bye bye. Bye. Bye bye. 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 Okay, that's enough.